according to the graphic, he's only got like 600 left. And wow, Chaz is gonna float here with ace, or not float. I mean, I guess at this point he's just calling down with ace high on this board.
Yeah, and it's also indicative of knowing his image is that Preston is one of the players who will be willing to bet here with Queen Jack, for example. And wow, this river is terrible for Preston. If Chaz goes all in, he's putting him in the blender here, although Chaz does have ace high, which has a bit of showdown value, but this river hits him.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the hands that Chaz is beating. It's going to be like Queen Jack.
Oh, and he goes all in.
Oh, no. Is Preston ever folding here? Yeah,
he
does
snap
make the call.
calls, and he added on for a lot.
Oh, he had 1,500 behind.
No, that's like 2K. Oh yeah, 16.
16. Yeah, 1,600. Okay, so the graphic was incorrect. He actually had 1,600 there, not the 600. So there was an extra 1,000 that was in his stack.
Wow, and I love the jam by Chaz.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the Chaz jam there, I would probably never call there personally, because Chaz really can have anything. I mean,
including a 6, including
a 6, a 10,
a 7.
and a 7.
Ooh, Preston's just going to go for it.
Yeah, and I don't mind. I mean, you kind of want to bet range here, although this is not amazing for your range. Jacob is very happy to have the 10 of spades, although when we put Preston on hands, he's definitely allowed to have single spades that contain aces and kings. So
yeah, and you're drawing dead to, or close to dead to a hand like King Jack with a king of spades, Queen Jack with a queen of spades, Ace Jack with the ace of spades, etc.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot that you got to proceed with caution as Jacob, and I wonder what he does. Oh, this is an interesting turn in which Preston gets some showdown. Does check.
It's real bad.
And you can see he's only got 2 outs since the 7 or 6 of spades will not help him.
Oh my
and he
God.
hits the offsuit 7? What was he on the flop, like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no. And he's going to jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value here. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I hit my 2-pair. Good laydown by Jacob. Chaz, aces, please.
Oh, but he has the other nuts, 7-6 offsuit.
Right, yeah.
And he's up against 2 people with 10-9 off and Queen Jack. A lot of them sharing each other's ass. And I'm not going to get anyone to
well, this is a 1-2 game, by the way, y'all.
$400 in pre-flop.
No one has a suited hand. So we're going to see... We're going to see Chaz actually step a little bit into the lead above most of the hands, and Queen Jack is actually going to lead. For 25, this is a very, very weird bet, just because you're often going to get re-raised by a lot of hands here.
Yeah, it's almost like, it looks like you almost want to induce a raise, which might actually get you raised off less often.
Helping him. Well, now everyone has everything except for Zach. And Zach's actually going to continue on this turn. Now, this is very surprising.
Only Jacob with a spade, but nobody else has an actual flush draw.
Yeah.
And Chaz is the only one with a pair and does make the call.
This folds open-ended. Oh, yeah. No, but it's definitely a good bluff candidate.
Wow. Chaz makes the call with a 7.
With Zach behind.
Zach is not ready for the hands he's about to see.
No, very surprising to see the call there.
She needs to pair the board.
You might think she still got her spades, but she don't know how strong she has spades as well. She just called, right?
Come on, Chaz, pull me
Fireworks, second hand. Let's go. Fireworks, first hand. Bink!
Oh.
Skrilla just gets better.
Yeah, Skrilla's hand improved. Bubble, that's a miss.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Start me off with the stuff.
Won't be undersold.
Damn, you got a fucking headset now? 500, huh?
Oh, yeah. Is it going to be nice? Is he going to play nice?
No, let's start off.
That's that old school right there.
Would that be any good?
He know.
I'm all in.
here.
So you know I got more than that. If you can't beat that, fold.
She missed.
No.
He missed. He can have two
What do
pair.
you mean
You
you're
see what
not
I'm
supposed
saying?
to fold? You're beat.
Does he have
What, you got a set of 10?
the 2 cards that make it rougher?
6, 10?
He's trying to talk her into call.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay, let me
Okay.
answer.
Do you think you bet 500? Okay. Do you think I'm not? If I put all my chips in there, you don't think I got the nuts?
No.
Well, am I gonna put all my chips in without the nuts?
I mean, I know that that's what you want me to think. I don't want to embarrass myself
How would you embarrass yourself?
by folding my fucking hand.
Well, let's see.
Oh, that was
Let her off.
Pistol P.
Save your
Yeah,
money
I
for
think so.
next time.
Yeah, for sure.
I know.
Yeah.
You missed.
Well, that's a true statement. But I got lucky too. I got lucky on the river. I did miss.
Alright.
Can I show her one more card?
No, it's okay. Show me.
Yeah, fuck yeah, show one more card.
But I'm sorry, it's worth it. It's worth every minute.
I call. I have a set of sense. Alright.
See how he
I
acts.
told you I got lucky on
I
the river.
figured.
Hey, you guys just witnessed poker, y'all.
Oh my gosh.
That's old school, new
That's-
school, and that's what happens.
Pokery, that's salesmanship.
That was the fucking go-to saying.
You ever pull the
Rub it on
beauty
my
contest
titties.
card and you had to walk around,
The $50 bill, dude.
walk like in a beauty pageant? Oh, flopping the set here, Skrilla. How much better can he run
The
tonight?
best one was Stan
And he's
for Jungle Man. And,
somebody's
Blonde.
leading out into him.
That was
He
actually
checked
a
it.
more recent one, but.
Must be used to check raises all the time.
Y'all
Well,
remember
that's
that one?
Mike getting a little
They
frisky
did
here.
Well,
seriously Stan.
Skrilla folded. Oh no. Who was that the fold? Rocket?
I don't remember it offhand.
Oh,
I know I've
man.
seen them all.
Skrilla's getting super cagey with the flat here.
Tournaments in San Antonio.
Well, no, because now the draws get there.
It said like Chasley
You
Kill.
gotta lead out.
I forgot. No, it said like,
This Chasley, I think.
was it? Yeah, Chasley.
Chasley.
And I saw your picture and I was like, this dude
Will
looks
Mike
like
gamble with him?
molested.
Spades?
That's good reading. You didn't even know that?
Watch your
Oh,
slide.
he does.
Because I was with like month over month.
That's all in.
But you
Gambles with him.
play tournaments. So I was like, dude, I was
Straight draw, flush draw.
And I
Flush
didn't
draw,
like-
straight draw.
Oh, that had to help.
Got there both
Mm.
ways.
I was playing like a bunch of
He
Made
got
the
there
straight
both
and
ways.
made the flush.
Because I commented, you're like, you're on the starting lineup. I was like, I gotta play.
No, and if people can't shoot it, that's fine.
It's a big play.
Look at Rolex with the 3 bet.
And he's dominated.
Jazz
That's
with a
that
pair.
position.
Jazz with a flat with a pair there.
No, that'd be nice.
Boop.
There's a
Oh, we got so close.
Set.
Got straight draw from Rolex Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky Rogers, have you ever been
Got shot.
You can see that. Jazz with the,
Backdoor.
How'd you get that name?
oh, that's a good card.
Rolex will continue firing.
2 street.
9-10 is already there though.
Yeah.
Go set.
He's all in.
Uh,
Quads.
just, that's it.
4 fours.
Just a little quads. 4 fours.
A lot of fours.
You only got no one number.
Chaz, what are you gonna do here?
I'm gonna absolutely annihilate her.
Bubbles, why do you believe in yourself?
Give it my all.
Chaz,
like
you don't
an
have to
ass
say, but how much LBs do you think you have on Bubbles right now?
LBs? What are those?
A lot. The number is a lot.
What's an LB?
Pounds. Were you in some sort of like arm wrestling school that we don't know about?
I think that's good. I can't discuss Okay. What's the line? What's the
The
line?
line is Chaz wins.
Yeah, he's at minus 500.
The line is no shot.
Alright, ready?
You ready?
Bubbles, remember the technique I told you.
Alright.
You
We think that there's gonna be some shenanigans right here.
Wait, I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Oh wow! I hope she beats him really bad.
You ready?
3, 2, 1, go!
What is that? Wait, how does this work?
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war.
Are you betting 100 on this as well?
I'm gonna leave this just happen.
Jeez, I can't follow the action close enough. Okay, she lost in this too.
Jazz gonna call on the button with ace deuce of spades. It does just call.
Yeah.
You tried to fuck
And Zach, we'll see if he goes for the, yeah, it does elect to just flat this time with the Queen 10 suited.
Although Preston's not going to have many 8s here.
Yeah, if anyone's going to have 8s here, or excuse me, an 8 here, it's definitely going to be Zach in the big blind. And with the hard draw, I would not be shocked to see a raise here, but he does just call.
Oh wow, that's a turn.
That is a turn. Does like to check, and I think Preston's probably going to continue betting for value.
Yeah, and now Zach, with not that much, might just go for. Oh, looks like he's going for somewhat of a min raise. Not exactly, but a little over a min raise here. Problem is, I'm not sure if you're folding if it doesn't boat up anyway.
That's a good point, yeah. We've all told ourselves, I'm folding if this doesn't boat up. And then
yeah, he added on right after the last hand.
Yeah, and he is gonna shove. And
I got snap called.
Wow, I'm surprised to see the snap. I guess he kind of already decided that he was gonna commit his hand.
Chaz with the jacks. 2 red jacks.
That's JJ's hand.
Does JJ have anything he can compete with? He does.
He
Texas
does.
Poker Champ with the ace queen.
Chaz is going to try to beat JJ with JJ.
JJ coming in for the re-raise makes it 150. And then Chris has...
He's going to call with 7s.
7s, yep. He started with 1,500, it looks like. Maybe 1,600. He's going to
Out of position.
Chaz makes it 500, it looks like. JJ's going to make the call.
He's going to look him up.
Chris decides no. $1,100 pot. Chaz puts out what looks to be $250.
It's not enough equity there. I don't think I would make the call. I think I want a little bit more connectivity from the board.
He checks.
It's a quick check.
Chaz is
He's
getting
trying
tricky.
to give JJ some rope.
Need to start bluffing it. And he decides to check. Looking for an ace or a queen. Yeah, it would have been interesting. Chaz checking again. Free bet.
He could. He's going to make a bet here. He's going to try to see if he can get 9s or something like that to fold. But
Chaz
he's
with the
too strong.
call. And Chaz is going to take it down with the jacks.
I'll fucking fall for it. Someone has to fucking fall for it.
You're about to get physically
Looking to get them around the drinks right now, guys. See if I can do it. And got a raise here from Seti with a pretty good hand. King Queen offsuit.
Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh. I knew it. I was like, don't speak news now. Hold it.
We get an all-in from 4s from Seti. I mean, from Chaz, and Seti's gonna snap call. And I think Seti, I don't know if Chaz added on afterward, but instantly getting another shove pre-flop. And Seti,
We're looking for a very low flop.
it's a 50-50.
We're trying to connect. We need a low board.
And this is a reverse of what Seti was in last time. Oh, and it's a 4 on the flop. Seti drawing pretty much dead. Needs runner straight here. And it's not going to happen. Chaz boats up, and I think they probably run it once.
Oh, well, I'm dead.
So she's cool with you pulling up.
He's gonna be covered. No, it's good.
Oh, is Chaz slow rolling? Oh my goodness, Chaz slow rolls the shit out of Seti. And you know, you can see that they're really good friends there. And we also have a ton of awesome content on that. And Preston is going to wake up with aces in one of the blinds here.
I think he's going to just limp it for the extra 10. Oh my god, he's going for a raise. That is surprising.
And the sizing is weird. I like it and I don't at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Would you prefer bigger or smaller?
I think because everyone's going to call the way that the action went, and it's a $20 straddle, I'm really surprised at how small this is. But
yeah, it might be because he doesn't feel like he needs as much protection with aces. Like you can see even, what is that, 4 ways, he's still got 60%. Whereas with a hand like kings, his percent would be a lot lower.
Definitely.
If anybody had an ace, but
like this board. But what I was gonna say was that there's no flop that he's gonna love.
Right.
And the problem is that this is one of the worst flops. And Alex with open-ended and a pair, as well as a backdoor flush, is just in this spot when Alex calls with 2 left behind. you're not feeling super good here.
No, you're definitely not. I mean, and Alex is going to flat a lot of strong hands. I think he would probably just call with even sets, and
Oh, yeah.
Alex is just going to make basically the nuts here. And I think Preston's going to check this. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'd be hard-pressed to see him bet here.
And the question is, do you think Alex is going to bet this in position?
I see a check. I see a bet. He does go for a small bet. I do like both plays.
Yeah, Preston having the ace of spades, I think, is a bad card for him because you're going to want Alex to have spades in this spot, you know?
Alex has been shown to bluff, but this spot is not an easy spot to bluff. Preston does call.
Yeah, you're basically only beating spade draws, I think, and maybe hard draws that floated the flop.
Yeah, and an ace would be... Oh, that's a terrible card for Preston. That is a really bad card for Preston. The way that the action ran out, he's still going to have spades that he's going to be bluffing here, and we've seen that Alex is able to bluff in this spot, and Preston is getting a decent price. Yeah, this is rough for Preston.
Yeah, do you think he gets away from this? No, he does.
No.
He does just call.
And, oof.
Looks like Preston's going to be done for the night. Yeah, that's a rough one to end on.
I'm just here for the commentary. Thank you for the compliment.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that.
I hope
Wow,
you're going to get squeezed off and lose probably $200, $250.
Chaz, I was going to say, I didn't know what he was going to go with, but I could see him shoving here too.
This flop, which is going to be...
Oh, wow.
Give him a 9. Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, against a blind range. I mean, obviously he's not blind anymore. I think he looked at his hand before calling.
Yeah, and he definitely pressed on this one.
You already said that.
Well,
you can't just do it again.
I was wondering if he would press on. He did press on. just for those who didn't know what the joke originally was gonna mean, and this 6 is actually a little scary for pressed on. Because Chaz does have some 10s, and there's a lot of hands. If he is calling you on this flop, he's not going to float as much of a hand like ace-deuce, and it looks like Preston actually might have like 500 more.
Yeah, this is a very committing bet with the 425 when Preston's only got, it looks like, according to the graphic, he's only got like 600 left. And, wow, Chaz is going to float here with ace, or not float, I mean, I guess at this point he's just calling down with ace high on this board.
Yeah, and it's also indicative of knowing his image is that Preston is one of the players who will be willing to bet here with Queen Jack, for example. And wow, this river is terrible for Preston. If Chaz goes all in, he's putting him in the blender here, although Chaz does have ace high, which has a bit of showdown value, but this river hits him.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the hands that Chaz is beating, it's going to be like Queen Jack.
Oh, and he goes all in.
Oh, no. Is Preston ever folding here? Yeah,
he
does
snap
make the call.
calls, and those he added on for a lot.
Oh, he had 1,500 behind.
No, that's like 2K. Oh yeah, 16.
16. Yeah, 1,600. Okay, so I was the graphic was incorrect. He actually had 1,600 there, not the 600. So there was an extra 1,000 that was in his stack.
Wow, and I love the jam by Chaz.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the Chaz jam there, I would probably never call there personally, because just I mean, Chaz really can have anything. I mean,
including a 6, including
a 6, a 10,
a 7.
and a 7.
Ooh, Preston's just gonna go for it.
Yeah, and I don't mind. I mean, you kind of want to bet range here, although this is not amazing for your range. Jacob is very happy to have the 10 of spades, although when we put Preston on hands, he's definitely allowed to have single spades that contain aces and kings. So
yeah, and you know you're drawing dead to, or close to dead to a hand like King Jack with the King of Spades, Queen Jack with the Queen of Spades, Ace Jack with the Ace of Spades, etc.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot that you got to proceed with caution as Jacob, and I wonder what he does. Oh, this is an interesting turn in which Preston gets some showdown. Does check.
And you can see he's only got 2 outs since the 7 or 6 of spades will not help him.
Oh my
and he hits the offsuit 7? What was he on the flop? Like 3%?
Yeah, he had 2% on the flop.
Oh no. And he's going to jam.
That's brutal.
And also, good of Preston to be cognizant enough to jam for value here. A lot of people will just be like, okay, I hit my 2 pair. Good lay down.
Ant-Man might win a $4,000 side pot with 8
You're
high.
right. If it's ace of 5 pairs the board.
Oh my gosh. And Ant-Man's going to win the side pot with 8 high. All in.
Yeah. Gonna shove.
Yeah.
And then immediately acting, and they already
Another good fold.
So you definitely want to target just full colors with his quads as a player a decent frequency at a time. And he does call. Could have just shown the quads. And then he 8.
When that ace hits the river.
Oh,
that's not good.
And I feel, but no, yeah, it does fold.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to Rounders tonight from Rounders Card Club in San Antonio, Texas, also known as San Antone. I am Rude, and with me tonight is Matt Forsyth. Matty Cash, what's up, bud?
What's up, brother? How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty okay, I suppose. I just decided that, you know what? I'm going to hang out, watch a little poker.
It's 1-2 with a
We're going to be looking over some players' shoulders for a little 1-2-5. We've got Drew in seat 2. We're coming around quick. Coming around the band. We got Jacob. Jacob in seat 3. Jacob is a healthcare manager. Also a frustrated Epicurean. I consider him Epicurious.
Next hand,
right away.
We'll finish out the lineup in just a bit. We're going to join them mid-hand, but we got cards out. Cards in the air.
First hand, Drew?
Suited king
I wasn't
for
going to
Drew.
look, but then I looked and I was happy. I looked.
Yeah, immediately starting out with the action, we got Drew with the suited king and A-Rod in there with the slightly dominated 10-8, but obviously ton of outs as well. Sugar-free not going to see the flop with the Jack-3 wisely.
Trey's in there with the 7-3, though.
Trey, my man, is already starting out. He's a guy who likes to run up a good stack early. So
yeah, he's running. He's operating on a different part of the deck.
Yeah, why would you not call 7-3 pre-flop when you know you're going to hit the flush draw with the backdoor straight draw? I mean, it's an obvious call, I think.
No, we can do that.
He's in late position.
Yeah.
Oh, he checks behind, though, in the hijack. A-Rod is in seat 5.
A-Rod, the man with the least.
Some of the locals we call him shakes. Yeah, he's got absolutely no interaction with this board. He's going to go ahead and bet 35.
He's got that old backdoor straight draw and 2 overs to the 6. So Trey's keeping it light, just decides to go with call. I wouldn't mind a raise either, but certainly call.
Well, I think, I was thinking he just didn't want to get, blasted off of his hand. He's got some good equity with the flush draw. The ace pairs the board. I think he has 0. My guess is he has 0 hand history with A-Rod.
I see.
So he's going to kind of.
And Drew silently kicking himself for folding that king eight of spades. Sugar Free probably disappointed about folding his jack three of spades, thinking that he would have for sure taken this one down, but he would have got flushed over flushed. And really don't like the decision here by Trey to check. I mean, you called on the flop with 7 high. You get a decent enough run out. Just seems like, I mean, the guy doesn't have an ace probably because he would have bet the turn. He probably doesn't have a hand like 6-5 because he would have bet the turn. I just think that's a really clear bet by Trey. Maybe just in the light to start off with.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of not sure what his thought process was there, other than the fact that he probably doesn't have any history with him.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just one of those things where like he was hoping to see what he was going to show up with, but
yeah,
he just kind of gave him credit for an ace. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I do recommend that if anyone calls the 7-3 pre-flop and then you call on the flop with 7 high, I really, for this exact hand, I do recommend that you bluff it when you come to the river if you're wanting to play kind of, I think, the strongest game possible. But off to a strong start for A-Rod, who does bluff flop with nothing, bluffs river with nothing, and takes it down. So shakes up to a good start.
Well, maybe Trey is, maybe this is a new Trey. Maybe this is a player we don't recognize.
Yeah.
I mean, I got, for any ladies in the chat out there, Trey is recently booed up. So he's maybe he's been changed. He was fearless among men previously, and now he's maybe he's softened up.
Yeah, maybe so. Good for Trey. Yeah, I've commentated. I think this is my 3rd time commentating. The first time I watched him play, he ran up I think a 20K stack or something like that. Second time didn't do quite as well, but he has played solid the 2 times I've seen him play.
He is one of the most feared players at the table here.
Was that? Oh, I thought it was an all-in, but we just have a 3-bet with the jacks to 110.
Well,
wow.
A-Rod wakes up with 9s, and then Trey and Ray, his next-door neighbor, wakes up with jacks. Now we got Richie Rich in the 1 seat, the Vanderbilt undergrad with ace-king. He's going to jam.
And we'll see what type of player A-Rod is here, whether he wants to put it in with 9.
I never drink and play, and
So we got 2-bet, 3-bet, and a 4-bet.
Yeah. Obviously, if A-Rod was just up against one player here, he'd probably put the money in. When you're up against 2 players, either of which can have, aces, kings. I mean, they both just have all the nutted hands.
Yeah, 9s are pretty
and an easy call.
Easily dominated. Ray does make the call. He's ahead just a little.
And as you can see, we got everyone's Nick game buttons out there. So if you win the hand, right, you Nick game button.
Correct. Correct. Nick game is on.
Oh my God.
Oh, the set of 9s for A-Rob.
Just an ace or king for Rich here.
Would have been. He folded his 9s, though, just to be clear.
A wise fold, even if it goes wrong, and nice.
Oh, man. The worst hand would have made a boat. So the nit game is in play, as you referenced. So the last person to win a hand while they have the nit coin in front of them is going to be charged $100 on the next hand. Right? They have to splash the pot. That $100 is funding the next hand. Good news is you have an opportunity to win that. So. So that's what they're playing for. That's what the orange little the nit coin indicates.
Yeah, and I guess because you have to show your hand at the end of a hand if you win it. And I guess A-Rod just didn't show the 10-8 suited in the last one. That's why he still has his nit button.
They hadn't started it.
Oh, okay.
They distributed those afterward.
Gotcha.
So to round out the table, we've mentioned A-Rod. He was in the hand earlier. Prey and Ray, who scooped that pot there, is in seat 6. Esteban makes a return. He actually was on the stream Saturday night for Deuce's birthday stream, which was a lot of fun. Esteban's back, and in seat 8 is Kraken. He's a traveling poker pro from Mexico. He does a lot of vlogs. He's in town. He's in the country.
He's got a dope nickname too. I like that. Kraken. That's
yeah.
a solid one. That's not his first name, right? This is his nickname.
No, I know him. I know him. I just drew a blank on his Eric. I think it's Eric.
Richie Rich just snapping all in with the JT here. I guess
JTO.
Yeah, the JTO, which is an aggressive play with the JTO.
Especially with straddles out there.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
I think Drew with a couple of deuces is looking to call it off.
You're calling. I was thinking about it.
Drew looking to get aggressive here early, which is surprising. Obviously, deuce is not the hand you want to call off the game with, but he's looking to gamble, and I respect
That's
that.
why I had to randomize.
That's why you want to even.
I think it was in someone's hand.
All my live rates were wrong.
Flipped across the screen. As we wait for the flop, I want to welcome everybody in the chat. Welcome. Thank you for hanging with us. Mario Alejandro is in the chat. It says, "Go Kraken." I agree. Vamos.
Not the four.
That's a safe flop. Deuces.
Don't do it.
Yeah, but that 4 is always lingering out there for the rest of the time. Oh,
Oh, it's a 10.
I did.
dagger 10.
The Joker from the Deuce of Diamonds.
Does the river bring redemption for Drew?
No.
Does not. And so we're already seeing stacks flying, but this is not going to be the typical game. We are going to see some big play later on. So being up or down 500 at the very beginning will typically mean nothing in an hour or even less.
So Richie Rich.
He's got tricks up his sleeve.
Richie Rich is stacking chips. Drew's going to rebuy.
How did the swing go on Saturday?
You got a couple of, or actually just one player with $1,000, or sorry, two players with $1,000 in front of them.
That's basically how I was. I think I ended up
Hannah,
with $100.
what's up, Hannah?
What's up, Hannah? How are you doing today?
25, 500.
She's disappointed.
And then,
The deuces did not hold up.
Rob
Yeah.
will post the post-string footage, you know.
Don't shake your head, Rob. No, I'm trying to shape a narrative. For sure.
Again?
Hold the extra.
Sorry.
Esteban's going to play suited 7-8.
Seems like a good enough hand for the Esteban. Drew upgrading.
He's got another small pair.
Well, if deuces were worth a call off for 500, surely fives might be worth a jam. But nope, just a call. Would have been a great spot for the jam. Obviously, he doesn't know that Esteban.
At least a raise, maybe. Okay. Well, Trey's going to do that. See, now what's Drew going to do now? See, this is the problem.
Right.
I mean,
he always wears glasses like that.
Yeah.
Pit Viper, yeah.
Typically, I don't think you want to call.
Rip wrapped it?
Yeah, it is a big problem calling there out of position with a pair for kind of such a big race. I mean, he's calling off 10% of his stack with pocket fives.
Give you a bump
Oh,
too,
and Esteban's going to gamble.
Oh,
Gamble.
Well, that makes it a little easier for Drew, I think. Unless
It was
guys
wrapped
are
at first.
super crazy.
He already folded.
Yeah.
I know he's got some
Drew learning his lesson, and
That's for sure.
I mean, Esteban's still here with 42% equity.
All right, here we go.
We'll use it
It's a race. Ace Queen versus 8-7, 60-40. Doesn't feel like 60-40. I think that's considering folded cards.
playing a stupid one too.
Yeah, I mean, there's got clean outs and clean straight outs and clean flush outs. It doesn't have many outs now.
No, Trey's on a quad draw.
10 spades.
Nada. Dead on the turn.
Do it. Yeah, flop. Turned him
Billy
dead.
always just rush with ace.
There you go, Esteban.
He's up with a boat.
As if he needs
they're running it
the
twice.
looks like they are running it twice.
Oh, I didn't know you were running that.
So Trey will lose the knit button because he won the first run out, I believe. That's how that goes. Well, all the aces and queens are out of the deck, at least.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Trey used up an awful lot of his cards, so there's a chance that this will be a chop. Not a good flop for that.
Nope. Drawn thin for Esteban.
Predicted that he's got some bangers.
6 outs or less.
Close, but no cigar.
All right, Esteban's going to get felted on that hand.
No, we have played like.
Does Trey have a nickname? Is he like Lucky Trey or anything like that?
I call him the kid, but I don't think
Kid.
he really has one. He's not like walking around the streets.
That's great, right?
We've got a couple of guys here who are
Probably they know.
here for the Mexican in C8 are my buddy Kraken. Dale pinche Kraken.
Came here with the Southwest Championship.
Oh yeah.
Special request from Hangover Vlog. Wanted me to say that.
They love it. Most of them. There's some of them that ran really bad.
Yeah, I feel like the Mexican poker contingent really has got some of the coolest names. We got Daniel Alejandro Gasiola Cepeda in the chat. We got Kraken in the game. I mean, I feel like I'm just Matt. I feel like I really respect that we got some cool names, which is why we got Jose Salazar Ams. I guess that's how you say it. But you know, I feel like Drew. I don't know. I just feel like Trey needs a good nickname. Lucky Trey, the Kid. The Kid's pretty good, but I feel like Negreanu already kind of has that. So
the Kid, yeah. Well, Negreanu doesn't really play in the stream game very often, so it's okay if Trey uses that moniker.
Right? Yeah, you can borrow it.
Until he shows up.
I don't know if Negreanu can be called the Kid anymore, but he's more like the middle-aged or something. But
yeah, right.
Which is maybe not as great of a nickname as the Kid.
Craig, what's up, buddy? I see you there. Thank you for stopping in. I did not ask Richie Rich. Actually, I think he's at Vanderbilt every day of the week except for Thursdays. I only see him on Thursdays. I don't know what his situation is. It's so bizarre. How is he at Vanderbilt? In Tennessee.
I'm in like.
If Kraken is going to make the call, he's calling Esteban's raise to 50. Esteban has ace queen suited. Kraken's got suited cards of his own. King Jack.
Sugar-free with an interesting decision. He just saw Esteban call off with 8 high. So you know that the man's not going to be folding very often if you do jam. And if you're always going to get called when you have pocket fours, it does appear to be a little bit of a worse jam. Ace queen suited just everywhere in this game, though.
Very good development for Kraken. Jacob shows up with ace queen suited.
Appreciate that.
Hi, Deja Vu. What's up, lady?
What's up, I remember Deja Vu from Surf Lounge days. Hope you're doing well.
Would you say Deja Vu's thirsty in the lounge?
Deja Vu might be thirsty. You never know.
Hello, man. Yep. That seals it. Oh, Kraken folded. Oh, no. I hate to see that.
Yeah. I think calling it off with the king high is a little ambitious, but
yeah, I agree. It's just that in this particular situation,
right? Let me see. Calling off king high in a normal game is ambitious. In this game, it might be reasonable, and certainly in this situation, it would be. Both players with a 5% backdoor equity, but someone's going to need something to spice this one up. Nada. The one backdoor flush they don't have.
Those diamonds get there.
Yeah. And diamonds again.
Anticlimactic.
Bulls not having diamonds. Wow. I can't believe Jacob and Esteban don't understand what you're supposed to have. the diamond version and not the heart and spade.
Why did they run it twice? They had the same hand. Silly boys.
Yes.
Spoder makes an appearance in the chat. He says he's pretty thirsty, but he's going to rectify that with his 24-ounce beer stein.
Okay.
24
Yeah, I didn't realize. I wonder if they agreed to run it twice before they saw each other's hands, or if they're like, let's lower this variance on the flush getting there. We can't have 3 of a kind running
We are
out
not all in here.
of our suits. We got to run it twice.
Sugar-free tiptoeing around the first few hands so far.
Yeah, Sugar-free, the first couple times I've seen him play, has definitely played on the tighter side, but just playing a solid strategy, which is totally reasonable in a game like this. If everyone's playing crazy, it's obviously not a bad idea to be the person who's playing a little bit more theoretically sound, I guess you could say.
Yeah, Sugar-free is a saccharin-based GTO bot, so he's not going to deviate very much from the proper lines.
And Drew keeps on upgrading here now with pocket jacks. And Jacob immediately ace queen just like
this is a little raise for this game with Drew jacks. Makes it 20. Yeah. But he was never folding ever.
Never ever. I don't think the way these games go, neither player would have folded for $1,500 or $2,000.
We had a request from management earlier today. They said they really wanted us to have an all-in every hand, so see if we can accommodate them. All in 6 hands in a row thus far.
Wow.
Man, look at this flop. Bunch of hearts. But no player has a heart in their hand.
9 of hearts. The Trey is no good, and he's just going to need the king to. Jacob's going to need the king to bank it off.
Oh, Jacob comes from. Oh, they're going to run it twice.
Oh, they're running it twice. Okay.
I guess this is just what we're doing.
Really kind of a bad board for Drew. You still don't want those jacks in there, preferably. And that's why.
It's 2 hearts and an ace.
Well, let's switch out that 3 for that ace of hearts, and we just have a royal flush on board.
It's all red.
So dirty. Face down.
Drew's got that 2 for center.
I have 500 and.
Well, I'm going to play. That was a deuce on the river.
Yep.
Drew down 1K thus far.
505.
But hey, if you're going to be down 1K, better to do it at the very start. Or if you're going to lose all ins, better to do it at the start than when the game starts really heating up with big stacks. Nice hand by Jacob, who in ace queen. Ace queen's been pretty good. Ace queen hasn't lost an all in yet. We've had like 6 ace queens, and none of them have lost an all in, I don't think.
Right. Well, one hand, it was 2 ace queens, and that's all.
Yeah.
Against each other. So, yeah, they did not
50.
lose.
That's true. And then ace queen versus 8-7 won both boards. Ace queen versus jack won both boards. So impressive stuff from the ace queen.
Noah Bidet has a question. Why do 1-2 games play like 2-5 games?
I watched
at Rounders.
Well,
Well, first of all, because Rounders is based in Texas, and secondly, the stream does funny things to people.
All in. It was based on.
Yes. Everyone wants to kind of be a hero when you got the camera pointed at you. It's just a thing. It's a thing in all sports, everywhere. Once you get that camera pointed at you.
And also, guys, one thing that you have to understand that this is a 1-2-5 plus $5 big blind ante, and we have a very beautiful graphic made up to describe it, but the action has been fast and furious. I haven't even had a chance to put that up yet, but I'll just describe it really quickly while we've got a big hand brewing.
See another ace queen,
yeah, ace queen again, which we know is undefeated thus far. We are bound. They can only buy in for $500. That's the max buy-in on the 1-2-5-5 for this game here. But you can match the stack. So what they're doing is they're trying to get their money in to double up, or somebody's going to double up, and then they'll just be able to rebuy and match that stack. And now they can get deeper. They can play a little bit. So it's going to change a little bit.
We are going to see a flop. Backdoor flushes for both guys here.
That would have been the one.
Pair of eights on the board.
Reasonable continuation bet and reasonable call, obviously, with the backdoor flush 2 overs and a backdoor straight draw. Both guys, very similar type equity, but the ace queen, of course, dominating the king queen. Oof, what a turn. That's great for Richie Rich, and you would love to see him fire another barrel once he picks up the equity, and Jacob missing out on his backdoor flush draw. Will be put in a tough spot. Really don't like this check from Richie Rich. I think once you pick up the equity on the turn, you really, really want to be betting basically every single time. Who needs to bet when you know you're just going to take off the nuts on the river, though? So
and the ace hit Jacob too. Jacob's got aces and eights with a queen kicker. His queen may play as the kicker.
25. To be honest, if I'm in Jacob's spot, I don't know. I mean, you're worried a little bit about ace king here, but betting 25 into a pot of 250 is almost essentially a check from Richie Rich. It's closing in on just being a check. So I might have liked a raise there from Jacob, although we obviously see that would have been a poor decision in actuality.
Bro, I thought you were
unusual turn check there from Richie Rich, and then very unusual 10% river bet sizing. What do you make of that, Rudy?
I think it's possible he was trying to induce a raise there. It was a tiny, maybe it looked like just a little bluffy sprinkling of an offering. It was kind of weird. I agree. He was hoping that Jacob was gonna. Well, he was definitely calling. Richie Rich was planning a call. I think he was hoping that Jacob was going to raise.
Right.
No way.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't, but the board was paired and the flush came in. It was just too murky.
Yeah, we finally do see an ace queen go down, which is nice. The ace queen supremacy.
Let's see if Kraken has better luck with the ace queen. That's going to be the hand of the night.
And this is Kraken's first time on stream at Rounders, right? Is that right or no?
No, he's played on here once before, but he's visited before. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, he seems to be going for also a typically solid strategy. He's raising to 20. He's not doing the crazy raise up to 50 first in. Not to say it's a crazy strategy, but he's playing what seems to be just a solid strategy as well. And he is certain to get a lot of callers for such a small sizing in a game like this.
Yeah, yeah. He's also an out-of-towner. So
right, yeah.
He has been playing.
How many times
he's been playing this week. I saw him there in the card room. But it takes a while to kind of acclimate yourself to the how can I say it? Just the kind of the vibe of the room. Every table kind of has its own personality as far as like raise sizes and betting and calling, things like that. So you just kind of have to feel your way through it for a while.
Yeah, just the whole dynamic, right?
Exactly.
Of the table. A-Rod decided to spice it up with King 6-3 bet. Praying Ray, King Queen suited. I feel like we've seen this exact hand play out about 1 million times. And if you're cracking, I think that you really like the all-in here. Yeah, and he does go for it. Nice play by Kraken.
Yeah, that's good recognition. I was thinking that he was probably kind of doing that, setting up this play with, like you said, a regular size raise.
Yeah. Yeah, just nice recognition by Kraken. He laid low the first couple hands of the table, and then kind of seen the dynamic play out.
Yeah, it's not even a regular size raise with 1, 2, 5 plus 5. So it's 1, 2, 5 plus a $5 big blind ante. There's already $13 in there. So $20 is really a little small. So I think he kind of had this in mind all along.
Right. This is kind of a tough spot if you're praying Ray. I mean, I know you have King High and you got to call it off, but there's a lot of dead money in this pot.
I think I'm leaving.
It looks like he does.
He's already, yeah.
I think I'm leaving.
Flops 2 clubs.
Or you can get just about.
Oh, well, he can have fun in that score.
Right. You won our money,
King
Jack.
club or a 10.
10, yeah. Picked up a lot of outs.
Maybe too many?
I think you're going to need a pair. But.
Just
10 to
enough.
10.
You got it
Oh,
all.
got both.
Bro.
Bro, I had Jack of clubs and ace 4 of clubs.
No shit.
All the clubs were out.
Yeah, ace 4 club.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, the ace 4 of clubs and jack 9 of clubs folded pre-flop. That would have been a sick bloodbath.
No kidding.
Yeah.
The jack 9, 2 pair. Well, first of all, the flush draw of the flop, and then turn 2 pair for whoever had the jack 9.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally only 4 more clubs left in the deck. So the sick run out by Ray, who has already won 2 all-ins, and he's up to a $1,600 stack. I imagine we'll see a few players looking to match that, if not now, pretty soon.
Craziness continues. Just like we drew it up.
You gotta get lucky.
Lorianne, thank you for joining us. And while we're getting some rebuys done,
Yeah, sure.
this is what I wanted to.
I'm worried about.
Here we go. This is the little banner I wanted to put up here. So the knit game is, we're going to kind of juice it up a little bit. We are going to do a progressive knit game and a progressive 7-deuce game. So for the first hour, the knit penalty is $100, and it's going to go up $25 the next hour to $125. The third hour goes up another $25 to $150. That's the penalty. And the last hour, in hour 4, the knit penalty will be $200. That's what the loser is going to have to
I need a double.
put into the next pot. Also, the 7-deuce game is going to be on all night. So if anybody wins with the 7-deuce, first hour they win $25, second hour $30, $35 the third hour, and $40 for hour 4. Just kind of making it a little interesting, more interesting. Like we needed more action on the table, Matt.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of times where people say, oh, my 1-3 game plays like a 10-20 game. And it's like, I played the game and it's like, no, this is just like a 1-3 game. This is a 1-2-5 game that legitimately plays like a 10-20 game. And I know the stacks aren't super big right now, but you wait till that third or fourth hour and we're going to have 3, 4K, 5K stacks on the table with just crazy action. So really the beginning of this game is just getting started. We're going to see a lot of crazy stuff for the rest of the night.
Guys, I know you have to be enjoying this action. This is fantastic action here. Really pretty wild and scandalous cards coming up. Take a moment, hit that like button for us, would you please? Hit that like and subscribe button. We got some good action all night for you.
I'm good. Thank you.
Wow, what a flop for Drew.
10, 6, 5, 2 hearts. Ace of hearts.
Thanks for taking my 500. Great.
Ace of hearts for Richie Rich. So he may, let's see if he's going to try to make a play with the ace of hearts.
It might be my fault.
Yeah, it's somewhat reasonable against the small sizing from Drew. If you are going to make a play, I like just raising here from Richie Rich. Calling with ace 4 offsuit isn't quite as good. If you're going to make the play, you look to raise, but folding is also very prudent as well.
What a flop.
Yeah, what a flop, says Drew, and he was right. As that's a good flop you're going to get for 6-4 of hearts.
So Drew gets rid of his net coin.
Nice pair.
I could breathe. What'd you fold going?
Queen 10 offsuit.
Spoder, I know you're enjoying the action. You have dabbled, so to say. Splashed around in these streets on the stream before.
Honestly, I just didn't put Richie tonight.
When are you going to make a return? Come visit us.
So
$2. Put the money in.
Spoder had an interesting read on Richie Rich that he likes to.
Pretty close.
Apparently, Richie Rich does like to bet small or block bet really small with a nutted hand. So I don't want to give away. I don't want to hurt Richie Rich's future game, but looks like Spoder does have the read on that.
I think I had a heart. Yeah, it was 10-5-6. I think I had a heart too.
I just saw the heart.
What's up, Lorianne Persinger? What's up, Mario Alejandro Fernandez Blanco? Shout out to you.
Well done.
Gracias.
For sure.
And
no
my
way.
man, it's rocket
I think it might
science.
have been a
Texas
fourth
equals
order, that
best
would've-
action in the USA. And you are very, very true. I played poker all over the USA. And Texas is still the king, or is the king, at least right now, and has been for the last few years. You're absolutely right about that.
Suited queens. Well, suited queen for Jacob. Sugar Free's got tens.
And he just makes the all in. And
Jam on it.
This is what is a little bit tougher about playing a little tighter at tables like this, is that you're not going to get the action too easily, although you will get rid of your nit button. If you're
That's
super
the
cool.
thing, though. Yeah, there's a little double dynamic here. He's got to get rid of that nit coin somehow. So he finds a good spot.
Yeah, totally reasonable jam. You just, get rid of it. There's only a couple people left with it. It looks like Esteban, my man Kraken over there, and I think A-Rod, still has it from the first.
Yep. You'd have got there. Thanks for folding.
Prey and Ray with the biggest stack so far.
Well, or we would just take a queen, but you want to give him a set.
Can we talk about Prey and Ray's shirt? What is he's got on? I think a Lord of the Rings shirt. He's got double purple going on. I really like the style here from. He's got the stash with the glasses. I mean, this is one of the most dripped out.
You know what, Matt? I thank you for pointing that out. Not everybody can pull on the purple on purple look. Although I think Drew could.
Drew, yes, almost naturally, any purple he wears is purple on purple for the moment. But Drew also repping the pretty solid drip over there with the Spurs jersey on, something underneath, ACR patch, purple hair, glasses. Drew's got it going on. My man's looking solid.
By the book. If I was really turning pro, I'd actually play fun.
Drew with a cheeky little $15 raise. Jacob says, "Nah, let's play for a little bit more money." Bumps it up to 45.
Which one is that?
Esteban says 45. I got JTO. This is a bargain.
And that little white disc in front of him, too, known as the button.
Known as the Dementor that sucks your soul
Oh,
out.
okay. No, actually, Esteban. Oh, okay. It is still 45. Okay. No, wait a minute. Is it?
Yep.
How
Just
many
15 to 45. And we got Esteban calling.
Yeah. Yep.
Drew not going anywhere, of course, pre-flop. And picks up the gutter. And Jacob just flopping the monster. Esteban with a piece of it. Everyone's got something.
You can't. Not even the police could make Jacob fold this hand.
Nope. Someone could show him pocket eights and he would still say, okay, let's run it out. I'll play.
Right.
Just one of those hands with the whole boat of equity. And rough spot here for Esteban, who is out-kicked and only has 2 outs for his jack outs, with the jack of hearts, of course, being not quite so good.
But even Drew has 2 overs and the gut shot.
Yeah, and a backdoor flush draw as well, which he might think is good as well. I mean, the Queen of Hearts is often going to be good in this spot if it runs out heart. Esteban with the raise, helping out Drew. And Jacob going to go all in. Esteban now putting the ringer, but probably just has to call it off. You don't really put in 200 with top pair to fold. And he's going to see some unsightly news.
It feels like we've been playing longer than like 30 minutes.
Feels like we've been here all fucking night.
So the chips have been flying so far.
Yeah.
For the first 30 minutes.
Yeah, this is kind of classic Rounders Live, where it's like, the first half hour of play, you're going to see about 20 all-ins. And that's just how
it's actually contemplating a fold.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here is that even if Jacob had pocket queens, you're almost still getting the right odds as Esteban here. Like, you have to call 500 to win 1,000. So you kind of just have odds, even if he has an overpair. Obviously, we see Jacob has the worst hand possible to be up against if you're Esteban, barring a set, of course. But, I mean, you really just have to call this off. And what if he just has a flush draw? Then you're actually just ahead.
Correct. Yeah, he could have ace 5 of hearts.
Yeah. I mean, he could have like Jack 9 of diamonds here or something, right? I mean, he could just have the open ender with a backdoor flush draw. You just once you put in that raise to 200 on the flop, you're really saying, okay, I'm going with this hand. I'm not.
Okay,
going.
Matt, you got a really good shot of raise. Sure, you still think it's Lord of the Rings?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Really?
One dad
okay, all
ruled
right,
them all. I think it is.
all right.
Look at Ray just leaning back with the beauty of the purple jacket. He came
You
to
mean
game.
the
and I love it.
magnificence of the purple?
I mean, I truly love his outfit. He's got like kind of these red glasses. One shirt to rule
Nice
them all.
fold.
Great fold by
Esteban does
Esteban.
find the fold.
Yeah, and while it may not be a prudent theoretical fold, it's certainly a very good fold if he Christine Jacobs' hand. So nice one by Esteban getting away from that.
I was gonna get there.
Noah's in the chat. He doesn't believe that Jacob would lead with a pure fold. Yeah, sometimes people do that.
I mean, I gotta imagine Jacob has it within himself to get it in there with something like ace 9 of hearts or ace jack of hearts. You know, I don't think I've never played against anyone who never had a draw in that spot. I mean, unless you're playing against someone who's 80 years old and it's 10 a.m. in the morning and they can coffee. Okay, then maybe you can fold.
Yeah, maybe that guy.
Yeah, maybe that guy.
Jacob's 26 years old and understands poker.
Yeah, nevertheless, good fold by Esteban. Maybe Esteban just puts him on having ace 10, and even if he doesn't have ace 10 of hearts, just having ace 10 or king 10 or queen 10 is obviously a really rough result for Esteban.
Yeah, and also, the other thing with this Bitcoin, the other dynamic is that Esteban knew that he was going to be able to see the hand.
Mm-hmm.
I think, did he? Maybe Jacob didn't have an coin. Maybe
Jacob was one or two all-ins with the ace queen. So
Ghost is letting us know that all the 80-year-olds in the chat are not happy with you, Matt.
Well, that's because Ghost is an 80-year-old secretly.
Ghost knows, yeah.
Ghost knows. Ghost knows.
Thanks for repping the 80.
It wasn't even a good joke.
Yeah, someone's got to.
Someone's got to rep out the generic in the chat.
I feel like that's what this game is missing is just like one person just like sitting there with the coffee all day long waiting for aces.
That could be me. I could play that role.
Yeah.
In fact, I will be playing that role on Saturday.
Yes, I saw that in one of the graphics. Rudy, you're firing a PLO game here on Saturday?
We're going to have a little PLO game, a little action Saturday. We'll talk about that in just a bit. We get a little downtime. Got a couple of tournaments to talk about as well. Yeah.
Trey picking up the very odd gutter, but it is existing. Richie Rich picking up the less odd gutter with his king and the 10 to go along with it. And won't be going anywhere. But this will be an interesting river if it breaks off.
Small genomes.
We could see Trey looking to put in some more money here. I mean, you got 4 high.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what the river brings, though. I was so ready for that 5 to come out, but it doesn't. Nevertheless, Richie Rich here in a tough spot as he's going to check. And Trey, I mean, look, you get here with 4 high.
Right.
Oh,
he checks behind.
Well, we got Passive Trey today. That's his new name. I'm sorry, Trey. I don't want to give you a bad nickname like
no,
Passive
it's
Trey.
not Passive. It's Boot Up.
Boot Up Trey. Boot
That's
Up Trey.
What's going on?
We got Boot Up Trey in here. Boot Up Trey. And, I don't know. I mean, obviously you would rather have something like a king or a queen to bluff there because then you're blocking like king, queen, of course, and you're blocking some stronger hands. But you get there with 4 high, you generally have to play
in
for all the
position,
marbles.
and it's checked to you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's if I can impart one piece of my poker knowledge on anyone out there is that if you show up to a river with something like 7 high or worse, you really just kind of want to be bluffing at it because you can't have any other worse hands in your overall range of hands. This is kind of like the bottom of the barrel. And when you get the bottom of the barrel, it's time to put some money in there. Of course, Trey and Richie Rich have infinite history that I don't know about. And, you know, Trey maybe thinks that Richie Rich is setting him up. So there's a lot of dynamics and history there that I don't know about. And that could be playing in.
That's right. Yes, but generally speaking, if you show up with such a bad hand like that, it's probably a good idea to go ahead and try to win it, with a bluff.
Right. But we got boot up Trey, and he is here with the 10-8 suited up against Kraken. This is a fun matchup. I like these two guys going up against each other, and they both have decent but not great hands. So this is an interesting one. Jacob taking a look.
The Airbnb, are you guys going to the series together?
I think he only looked at one for some reason. You let him see one card.
Yeah.
That's an interesting.
It's fucking annoying. It was a sick house too.
Neither guy loving this flop. This is really one of the worst flops for Kraken. Obviously for his hand, but even for just the dynamics of it all. Trey picking up the gutter, and if it's 4 to the straight, all low cards, I really like seeing the small bet here from Trey, and it looks like that is what he goes with. I like a $20, $25 bet here from Trey. He goes with 20. This is a great sizing, I think. Nice play from Trey, and it will certainly get the fold, I believe, from Kraken, unless he decides to go Kraken on this. I got to figure out a way to add in his name to some sort of I don't know, some sort of poker lingo, but
Are you lying? No.
yeah, nothing to do. Nothing to do if you're Kraken. And just a nice play by Trey. This is
I work really hard.
this is kind of up my alley.
So
A 1 versus 1. Check on the flop.
No.
And putting in a nice block bet is exactly what you want to be doing in that spot if you're Trey, and execute it to perfection. Nice play, Trey.
Trey takes that one down.
I work from home too.
So, Rudy, you've been a PLO player for a long time?
Not really. I've been playing for, I guess, maybe 3 years or so.
Okay.
I've picked it up, and I've really taken a liking to it. Fairly competent. Kind of figure my way around the table. We are starting to. We're making a push at Rounders, trying to get the PLO game going, and it's been running for the last 3 days in a row. Typically, when we have a game going, we'll get some players that are interested. They'll play, and then the game kind of gets a little big, gets a little unwieldy, and it'll break. Too many people will go broke because they're in there kind of dipping their toe in, trying to test the waters, see how the game plays, and they're going to lose. But what we're doing right now is we're making it approachable. So the game is pretty small. It's a 1-2 with a max buy-in of $300. It's a hard cap buy-in.
Right.
So, and by the way, it's with true pot odds. So even to limp, you can limp for $2. It's not only. It's not a. You don't have to. Typically, when you play 1-2, or generally, it's going to be a bring in for $5 just to kind of make the bets easier to calculate. Right, for the dealers and for everybody. But in this case, what we're doing is actually like true bet. You can limp in for $2. You can bet $22 if you want. So it's been going pretty well.
Right on.
Got a lot of action on this hand here, Matt.
Yeah, I do like the 3-bet here from Jacob as we see Kraken open with the 8s, Sugar-Free and Drew call behind, and then Jacob bumping it up. Yeah, I mean, King Jack is an okay hand to take 3 ways, but I mean, there's a lot of people out there that could have like King Queen offsuit or Ace Jack offsuit, and getting those hands to fold is a really nice benefit. Back over to Kraken with the pocket 8s, and what do you think he's going to do here?
Well,
Rudy?
Okay. Well, Kraken has 8s, and he also has the knit coin. So
right, and he's only got $400 behind.
Yeah, good. This is what I was hoping he would do.
Yeah,
it's jamming.
I think this has to be the standard play at a table this splashy. And Jacob going to be pot odds into calling this, only having to call 300 in a pot of 700. Yeah, unless you think that Crack is just playing super tight, you're gonna have to call this one off.
No.
And he does fairly quickly. We're gonna see a board or two coming out. Kraken says, "One time, brother."
I don't know. If you have a pair like your style, I have a middle pair. I have a middle pair.
That's a good flop.
Come to check.
He's still ahead.
I like him to be a winner.
Still ahead, Jacob with a couple of back doors.
There's a club coming in.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
Jacob's still with about a third chance to win this hand.
The 8 is available. No, we didn't want that.
And Kraken loving getting rid of that Dementor, sucking away his soul.
The Dementor. Yes, Kraken does take that one down, and with that pot, he is able to get rid of his knit coin. He will not be the first loser of the knit game.
Oh, and it looks like it is. Is it Esteban now? Is it that locked? Oh no, Esteban and A-Rod shakes in seat 5.
Esteban and seat 5, A-Rod.
You know, A-Rod started off, I think, playing his first 3 hands, and then hasn't really done too much since. Hasn't really picked up anything either, to be fair. But it's interesting.
One more thing I want to mention, Matt. We do have sudden death in the knit game, so now that we're heads up, we're going to have one orbit to determine the loser of the knit game.
Now this is dirty.
Both players will be on the hook for the penalty, which is $100. So let's keep an eye out for that.
This is a tad bit devilish of a addition to the knit game, but I love it. I love to see it. Yeah, it almost feels like Mortal Kombat, but if neither player wins, they both die. Except death in this occasion is just paying $100.
So right. Like if it comes down to like the last, literally last hand. He said, I don't think so, because I feel like I'm starting the rules. Yeah, but no. Sorry. Because everyone would just do that. Yeah.
Let it be known, Richie Rich always bring in great outfits. He's always got something hanging over his shoulder when he's not getting a massage. He's got a nice button up always going. So Richie Rich always in the top 3, I would say, of outfits coming into the show.
Yeah, well, that's how they dress at Vanderbilt. Matt?
Obviously, Ray undefeated, number 1. Drew and Richie Rich coming in for number 2, number 3. I'm not quite sure which one. And I like Kraken. That Rounders hoodie looking solid.
Yeah, look at Jacob here. Flops top and bottom pair.
It feels like Jacob has been running well, and yet he's mid-stacked. I guess he's just lost a couple of random all-ins and finds himself.
Yeah, well, he just doubled up Kraken, so he took a pretty good hit there. Half of a stack.
Yeah.
6 of clubs.
Nobody picking up nothing.
Yeah. I think this is a good time to bet about 55 or so, 60. What's my man betting?
It looks like 65 or 60.
65.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when it folds around inevitably to Richie Rich, the pocket 7s look pretty good in this spot. I mean, you think
there's only one overcard
there with a 6 or something or a 5.
It hasn't gone through.
It never happened. Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe
that would really spice it up. And
I mean, you never love it if you're Richie Rich, right? It's 4 ways, and he does make a very nice fold.
Because I feel like
just a nice fold from Richie Rich there.
Yeah. For it to be like
a close one with pocket 7s, nevertheless.
Yeah, you could make it really sudden death. Like
next hand,
yeah, then that's sudden death.
Yeah, on you.
But
that's kind of that's a lot. Yeah.
Maybe,
especially when it gets more expensive.
Yeah, exactly. Like
and that's the way it is. Exactly.
The balance, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe the balance is somewhere in between 3 and 5 hands.
Oh yeah, thank you. I think we got enough action without having to just.
Yeah.
We need to be hitting the sudden death. If people are doing.
Maybe we're not playing enough defense when it comes down.
Maybe that is what's happening.
Speaking of defense, So Drew just made the comment because we haven't had the situation where the two players that are left with their heads up for the knit coin, the knit game, we haven't had it where they both have to pay. And so Drew's comment was, well, maybe we're not playing enough defense. Maybe we're not making it hard enough for them to win. So now Drew taking it upon himself to try to
Like 5 minutes.
make it difficult for the last two guys to rid themselves of the knit coin.
And an interesting flop for sure with these two hands battling against each other.
Well, it was even more interesting pre-flop with Drew being absolutely dominated.
Yeah. And also
Dominated.
handling the spirit of Doyle Brunson, getting in there with 10 deuce from the cutoff.
And the flop makes it really, really spicy.
I would like a big bet here from Esteban if I'm going to be betting. I would even go over bet, to be honest. But he decides to go small, which fair enough. Drew,
Yeah, I agree with you, Matt, with the knit coin situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when he bets on the ace, he's kind of saying that he has almost something better than an ace, because the ace is like kind of Drew's card, right? Like when Drew checks back, opens pre-flop and then checks back the flop. Like what hands does Drew have usually? Ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, right? So when you are the one betting on the other person's card, you usually want to go really big, because you're kind of like saying, hey, I know this card's good for you, and I'm still going to bet, and I'm still going to bet really big. And Esteban,
So what does it mean? What do you
with
say?
the bet would have probably worked out, but decides to go for a check. Drew's thinking about bluffing this one now, and he's going to bluff with the best hand, but he's going to get it through anyways.
Imagine watching like a TV show that this time you watch like an episode or two, and then like you go to bed and the next day, like you just don't even think, like never even think about it again. Like I will literally generally not think about it.
Unless Esteban is cooking up a spicy one here.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh shit, that TV show. Something.
What you remember?
Kind of like that. Once I
Yeah. 10-9 suited, not really the one to do it.
Yeah, he can. He's this is a good situation for him. He and A-Rod are the last two players with the knit coin. So Esteban has position on A-Rod.
True.
Like A-Rod is in the small blind right now.
We had a long conversation about the way my brain works.
He's on his left.
And I was like, only one I know. Your brain doesn't.
So really, that's who he really kind of needs to focus his attention on.
Yeah. I thought everybody thought this way. I've always got a running conversation in my head.
We got Never 3 put ACR, getting out some Drew lurks out there. Happy that Drew probably took down that one. We got Grind a Girl, also rooting for Drew.
It's pretty random.
We got Ghost of M telling me I need to make my way out to Borgata. Ghost of M, I have made my way out to Borgata once, and that will probably be the only time I make my way out to Borgata, unless something randomly brings me out there. I feel like there's something about Atlantic City that feels like I'm gonna, I don't know, contract hepatitis at any point. I don't know. There's just something about the city that I don't know. I don't quite, doesn't quite gel with me. There's something. It's like almost nice, but like kind of shady. And I feel like I've heard some stories back in the glory days of it being a little bit different. But I've only known it in the last couple of years, I suppose.
Okay, so A-Rod's going to make a play at it. Actually, he's just calling for the small blind with the suited king 7, but
yeah,
I don't mind it because he saw the Esteban folded, so he's got a chance.
Yeah, he made a play with the king 6 suited earlier, got his hand caught in the cookie jar, and he might find his hand once again caught by Richie Rich's 10s here. Who just says, let's play for it all.
Drew rather quickly sees his way out.
A-Rod's like, can I call this off? Can I get this stupid button away from me?
Yeah, kind of. It's like.
And the answer is that king 7 suited is a rough one to call off with. It's a rough one to call off with. How many more hands do you know? Do you know how many more hands before he has to pay the 100?
It's plenty. There's several more. I think it's about 6, I would say. I think the button was on Drew. Oh shoot, he does make the call.
Yeah.
This is very optimistic.
To be fair, I mean, he only has 350 to start the hand, so he is playing pretty short stacked.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to pay $100 here
Yes,
pretty soon.
but I don't like that he's calling though. I would rather he jam with the king 7.
Sure. Yeah, I see him play a little bit more active. That 7 gives him a little bit of action, but just 25 or 20%, it looks like. Almost the king, but not quite.
Paint. Can he find it? No.
And that's a nope.
A-Rod is going to be denied.
Have to be the one time we get around. If it doesn't get around,
Richie Rich stacking up some chips here early. Up to almost a 2K stack or over a 2K stack now, maybe.
I know. I just because we talked about it, I feel like it has a good chance of happening.
Yeah, just like he's at 1.8K. He's up $800.
And Esteban's sweating, man.
Graphics are correct. Matt, I don't know if you caught Ghost's comment. He says hepatitis is better than a 2x4 to the back of your head.
I feel like you might also get that at the behind Borgata, but you never quite know, I suppose.
No, it's one or the other. You don't get both.
Oh, okay. I see.
Hepatitis or the 2x4.
Yeah.
I'll get up from right.
Now, here's some Nick game ideology. If you're A-Rod buying back in here, I think you just buy in for like the min and you just like go all in with any hand. Like,
yeah.
Is the min buying 500 or is it like 200 in this game?
I think it might be 500.
Okay.
I think it's
so you just have to be at 500.
It was 500 or match the stack.
Gotcha.
Oh, okay. I stand corrected. Ghost says you can actually get both. They offer both.
Wow, a 2-for-1 deal.
Borgata, yeah.
Wow.
2x4, 2-for-1, and 2x4.
2-for-1.
Like the
famous Borgata deal. Second only to their lovely buffet that they have out there. No, I like the Borgata okay, to be honest. I think it's a little tight out there. The action is certainly not Texas level. Not anywhere close, but...
well, is it Vegas level?
Vegas has really gone down, to be honest, and for
Absolutely.
a while.
That's why I'm asking.
Okay, yeah. I would say Vegas is one of the lowest in the country. I would say Borgata is like in the bottom third, but something like that. But not. I would say it's still above Vegas.
Okay. Thanks.
Vegas just I don't know, has nearly every 2-5 reg in the world out there. It seems like in any given moment, and the game's just run a little on the tight side.
Not a little.
Yeah,
significantly tight.
A little generous to Vegas. That was my home for about 4 years, but not so much anymore.
Because of the tightness, right?
Yeah, just because of the games. The games are just not good enough. If you can be a professional poker player, that means that you usually have enough freedom to kind of roam around where you want. And if you can roam around where you want, you probably don't want to be playing in the games in Las Vegas. Is at least the conclusion I came to.
Jacob takes that one down. It's a paired board, 10-5-5.
Yep.
No connection
Nice.
for either player. With that, I think we're going to have a dealer change, Matt. So this will give us an opportunity to, once again, ask for some likes from everybody, please. Smash that thumbs up for us. This is what you're looking for, the thumbs up and subscribe button, please. Do that. And also, let's talk about the upcoming tournament. This Saturday, we're going to have a $10,000 guarantee called the Saturday Swing, $130 buy-in, $100 add-on. That's Saturday afternoon. It's a good little tournament. We run that at 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yeah, stick a little 130 buy and 10K guaranteed. That's a nice one to spend a Saturday on, I would say.
Also at 3 p.m., we're going to have a little 1-2 pot limit Omaha game. We got some players
Right, but it's
Players
Look at-
coming out.
Look
Oh,
at these
actually,
lovely
yeah,
guys.
3 o'clock.
Ooh, I thought Shepard lost like a normal.
Preston, my buddy Preston will be joining us.
Right, but I didn't show there.
And Sunday we have a little tournament, a little mystery bounty,
No, I get it now, but
10,000
like, I thought he
10,000 buckaroos
This guy's,
guaranteed.
I think, only -1. So he like,
Free roll, a mystery bounty free roll tournament for $10,000. You can't beat it. That's Sunday afternoon, 2 p.m. Yep, free roll.
You gotta. There's some rebuys and add-on stuff, but I mean that's still small bucks for a 10K guaranteed. So
That's
and a
what I'm
mystery
saying.
bounty is just always so much fun.
Absolutely. Those are a lot of fun.
It's gonna be good, man. No,
Ken says he's heading out to Vegas tomorrow, and he's wanting to know if I think the poker out there is bueno or no bueno. I think the poker out there is generally no bueno. But Ken, I will say this: if you end up in a bad game in Vegas, the absolute best thing about poker in Vegas is that there's like 10 different casinos on the strip offering great poker games, or offering poker games at least. So if you're in a bad game, just call into another casino, get on their list, and then just walk over there. You'll have a great time. You'll find a good game eventually. It might take a little bit, or it might not take any time at all. So just explore around. You'll find a good game. It might take a little bit of time, but especially if you're playing, 1, 2, 2, 5, you will find a decent game out there. If you're playing higher stakes, it can be more hit or miss because there's just less games running. But 1-3, the 1-3 games out there, if you're switching casinos, you'll find a good one.
Just have a ball.
Yeah. Vegas is a great time. Everyone's there just having a great time. I even as a person who lived there for a long time, I still actually enjoyed living in Vegas just because everyone's so cheery. Everyone's happy. It's good vibes.
Yeah, most people are there on vacation for a short time. If you're going to try to grind and make money out there, it's probably a little difficult.
Drew giving Jacob the look before he sees his 8-6 offsuit. Drew looking down at his chip stack as if he were about to go all in.
oh, okay, all right.
What was this? So this is a 3-bet by Trey, actually, I think, or this is
Trey's got $80 in there.
Oh, is this a triple strat? What is this? What, I don't quite know the pre-flop action here.
Actually,
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, actually, I think this is a straddle. I think you're right, Matt.
Yeah.
Because Drew made a big ceremony about folding. Like
And we got pair
folding.
versus pair here.
Oh,
Trey heard us calling
Bro,
him
you're
boot up
like-
Trey,
I mean,
and now
you're-
he says, "No more
Oh,
of
you
this,
have a
bro.
pair?
I'm in there."
Fuck. Okay, I have the smallest pair.
Jacob's like, "I have the worst pair. Please don't have a pair." Trey's like, "I have a small pair," and little does he know the small pair is way ahead.
Twice?
Jacob's going to pay off.
Twice.
He's calling with deuces. I just don't know. I'm just not a fan of calling with deuces and threes and fours and
I
fives.
told you. Well, I said I have a small pair. Kidding.
I mean, I feel like most tourney players
Why
know
would I
this,
fucking joke about
but calling it off with deuces is much different than jamming with deuces. You
Right.
really don't
Yeah.
want to be calling it off with deuces.
Oh, four.
4 gives as a straight though.
I know. Oh,
The
no,
dirty-
it's an ace pairs
Dirty
the board.
double straight.
Right.
So I said
Two times. Two
All right.
times. So Trey's going to take down the first one.
I thought you have a pair.
Mm,
He wins half.
yeah.
Stand up.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, this guy Jacob was actually just playing about 10 big blinds effective when Trey straddles to 80. I kind of would have just liked him to see him open jam, but either way, it would have been the same result in the end.
Right.
So, maybe you can play it a little bit differently, but Jacob's always going to find himself in this spot, I think, when Trey straddles to 80.
Yeah, Rocket Science is asking if they're discussing their hands to each
Oh.
other before putting it in. Well,
I see
Trey
this.
had already moved in.
And
And
the hell? The hell?
that's a board, right? That's one board.
Yeah, we have a deuce of
looking
clubs on
at-
our graphics. We're not quite sure whether what is run out here, although.
Yeah, there are.
Oh, okay. Spoder said Jacob Jam. Trey called. My bad. I missed that pre-flop action.
I
Then.
missed that too. I don't think that's how it went.
I didn't
It's
think so
possible,
either.
It's possible Spoder's drunk.
Well, join the club, Spoder.
Oh yeah, there's definitely no deuce of clubs on this flop.
I know.
This is a sick little board, though. We got a chop out. Chop.
Ow!
Chop out. Oh.
How? I thought he made quads. Didn't I see 2 6s?
No, the graphic was just a little bit off. The board was 4, 5, 6, 7. So he had the 8 or the 3 to chop it up on the second board. The dealer
Well, it
thanking the
sounds
poker
like
god. He doesn't
Jacob
have to chop it up.
made it straight and Trey didn't. Or is it?
I have a 6. Oh, only get 25.
So I guess
Oh.
it's going to be 3/4 for Trey.
Oh, so he did hit
1/4
the
for
straight.
Jacob.
Okay. Yeah, so for anyone like me who was just a little confused, I think that last board ran out 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So straight on the second board. Dealer has to chop it up 75-25, like this is a mixed game. But Jacob does get a little bit of a rebate, which is about the best you can hope for when you get in with deuces versus 6s. Yeah, and we do see the boards there.
Oh, there it is. Straight right on the board.
So good at putting it next time.
Jacob was saying that a 6-card straight should count for something
Yeah,
at least.
his is longer. He's got longer straight.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, he should get the extra dollar or whatever it is that gets split up in this 75-25.
Then again, Trey has kind of 3 straights, right? 3
Yeah,
sixes.
Trey has a set. So does a set beat a 6-card straight? I don't know. I don't know how this goes.
3 straights.
3 straights.
5, 6, 6, 7. On we go. All I know is that A-Rod and Esteban still have the nit coin and the button approaches.
40.
Theon Hart shouting out his boy Trey.
Hey, Theon. That's the best dressed guy in Rounders right there. Theon's always color coordinated, looking sharp.
Oh yeah, I see his little profile pic. I see the nice beard going on.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Nice
Beard
little
on beard.
snapback hat there.
Beard respect.
Yeah, I gotta give some beard respect.
Yeah.
Beard envy.
Yeah.
I gotta bring you up so they can see what you're rocking.
Rocking a little bit. It's a little dark in my room, so you can't quite see it, but decent little beard growing out here. The hair's getting long too, Rudy. The hair's growing out. So
See you're working.
the hair
See
and
what you're
beard.
working with there.
Yeah. My little bro just calls me a caveman, which is pretty accurate. Once you see my hair in the morning, that is just poofed up like crazy.
Shout out to little bro.
Shout out to little bro.
He
And,
hopped in the chat last time. Last time you were here.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He's in the next room right now.
Shout out to the 10s being played. BetOnDrew and Kraken going at it, each with a 10. Oh, did Drew let his go?
Drew did let us go as Kraken makes it 1-5. I guess there must have been some straddling going on, or this is a 3-bet. But either way, Kraken picking up the best of it on the flop, at least.
Cruz is trying to hear.
I'm guessing that this went open by Jacob and then a 3-bet by Kraken. I don't quite know the pre-flop action, but you do expect to see a small bet here by Kraken, something along the lines of $75, $80. He goes a little bit bigger, looks like 140 or 135, which is fine too. That's a totally reasonable sizing, 145. A little bit on the chunky side of bet sizings, but totally fine in a game like this. And
Jacob, quick call.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm laughing more at Jacob, the speediness of Jacob's call or Ghost comment? Ghost says it's worth it. The hepatitis is worth it. Get in there, Matt.
And Kraken, understandably, I think he was sizing up on the flop to do just this, to look for the jam on the turn.
Yeah, he gets it in. It's pot size bet, I believe.
Not a good spot for Jacob, like being with a lady from Atlantic City. This is not where you want to be in life with the king queen. The king of clubs,
used needle.
Yeah, just to point out a little bit of technical stuff here. The king of clubs is not good for Jacob. So if you have king queen here, what are the hands you want your opponent to have? Like king jack of clubs, right? King 10 of clubs, king 9 of clubs. When you have the king of clubs yourself, you're really blocking all of these bluffs that you want your opponent to have. So what bluffs can Kraken really have here? Just something like jack 10 of clubs, or like, 5, 6 of clubs, 8, 9 of clubs, but you really limit a lot of his potential bluffs when you have the king of clubs yourself. And for that reason and for a few others, I would like to just see a fold here from Jacob.
Do they have another mini? I'm not sure. He was asking if they still ran the 500K for just 1 week. Yeah. So they
Jacob might be a little bit steamy. He's kind of lost a couple of all-ins, kind of lost, got 25 on that hand against Trey. And, I don't know. Kraken's just playing pretty solid, so I really don't think
you're picking the wrong person to be tanking with on this situation. If you're Jacob. Also, Jacob used to be the stickiest of the sticky Band-Aid guys. He's reverted back to his stickiness, it looks like.
This is good.
Sticky Jacob. Jacob the Band-Aid. Still going to call. Kraken says, I got this one. He knows it's going to be good, of course. Yeah. And, when your opponent tanks for that long, you're loving it with ace 10. He's never going to have your hand. Yeah, nice hand by the Kraken, who I think covers Jacob and will win the stack. Or no, maybe not quite covers Jacob. It's tough to tell, but maybe Jacob still has a little bit left over. And we got to be getting very close for A-Rod and Esteban on the last of this Nick game button.
Yeah, we're getting. There's the button right there in front of Kraken.
The sudden death look back. Yep. Yeah.
When is that one?
Yeah, and whoever, I think it was Ken in chat earlier who said he's going out to Vegas tomorrow. I would really recommend that if you have enough time, to get out to the downtown, the real downtown of Vegas. Is a great time. And you can even play poker at a Golden Nugget with actual $100 bills. They still allow it, I believe. So the downtown of Vegas is a really fun place to be if you have enough time out there.
Yeah, very different vibe. Okay, this is a good chance for A-Rod with sevens. That's why he's making it 130.
Yeah, it's as good as he's going to get, probably. But he does run up into tens, and he's terrible spot. Yeah.
Can you believe this?
Yeah, A-Rod obviously going to snap call, thinking that
Trey
Jacob's probably tilting, but
okay.
I mean, he's got to think that Jacob's tilting it off, and unfortunately for him, Jacob just has tens, and he's gonna need that 7.
Yeah, but if I'm A-Rod, I think I'm flipping.
Yeah, my money's already in there if I'm A-Rod, really. I think he's just getting the count, but provincially. But yeah, he does very quickly call in.
Trey folded an ace.
Yeah, ace 6 suited.
Yeah. Suspense.
Oh, what is that? If these graphics,
it looks like a set is on the way.
Oh man!
Oh,
outs.
Open ender. Oh, boat.
No.
Not sure who's got 7.
And A-Rod getting rid of his nip button, and Jacob, in turn, getting some rage built up inside of him as he loses another all-in.
Next hand? Yep. Next hand. Well, yeah.
So Esteban is going to lose the net game, and he's already paid his debt. The penalty goes in the middle, $100. He's funding, seeding the pot for the next game, the next hand.
The button straddle is far from true.
Yep, we got the splash pot this hand for the net game. We also have the deuce 7 game going on for. I know we haven't seen a single deuce 7 in this dealt yet, but we do have that going on as well, which will also be progressive. So the longer the night goes on, the bigger the deuce 7 game gets as well.
Yep, we're in the second hour right now.
How many years ago was it? Playing?
Got the man Bernie Lopez out there saying, "Dale, Kraken, let's go, vamos."
Yeah, so we're in the second hour. That means that the penalty for the next net game is going to be $125. And the second hour for the 7 deuce is now $30. That's the penalty, or the bonus that everybody will be paying the guy who wins with the 7 deuce.
And that's really significant. I mean, we're playing a 9-handed table here. So if you win with 7 deuce, you get $30 from 8 other people. That's $240. It's almost, it essentially plays out basically like a $240 splash pot that only you can win when you have 7 deuce. So it's actually, 7 deuce is actually one of the most powerful hands in the game of poker when you are playing the 7 deuce game and playing it for this much money. It's like literally like you look down at 7 deuce and you're like, oh wow, this is like as good as pocket 10s or something. Because it's like a one-way splash pot. It's pretty cool.
Yep. Sugar Free might have his first chance to get busy. He's going to play for that $100. He's just jamming. He's got $1,000 he's jamming. Open jamming with ace king. Oh, he's on the button. Oh, wow. That happened fast. Okay.
Yeah. And I think this is a reasonable play from Sugar Free. Yep. It's almost like a $100 straddle. It's not quite that. It's definitely not quite that. But in some ways, a splash pot is sort of like a giant straddle.
I think you and I talked about this before. I suggested that it might be a mistake to straddle when there's a splash pot on.
Yeah. And Jacob,
there's no need to straddle.
Right. There was an interesting counterpoint though, that because you straddle, you end up being the last person to act, which can be really beneficial in a spot like this. So maybe the $10 in this exact scenario, even though you're kind of like wasting $10, it might be worth the wasting $10 just to be the last person to act.
Position.
But it's an interesting question. We got ace king versus king jack here, by the way, and that's a dead turn for Jacob. That jack will give him no solace. And
Sugar Free will scoop the Jacob's money and the $100 that's dead in the middle.
Jacob I think he's won 1 all in. Started out okay, but you can see it in his face. It's pretty obvious he's
yeah, it's kind of wearing on him.
Yeah.
Looks over his shoulder. He sees the fresh drink on the table next to him.
Yeah, you never like starting out a session down 2.3K. It looks like he's slightly debating whether he wants to even continue. Yeah, it's a tough one, but I will say, in defense of Jacob, this game is going to get a lot bigger. So being down 2.3K, being down 3K, you can absolutely recover from that. It's not a death knell in a game like this.
I think he's waiting for his banker. Trey has stepped away from the table.
Oh, I see.
So I think he is gonna come back in. He just needs to get some cash.
Yeah, we can pass it off. Big block. Probably got a little baby bear behind or something. What? Yeah, because he's not here. They're not. He's not here. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
We got a lot of lovely Kraken supporters out there in the chat.
Oh, because they're both.
Pura pecera
Okay.
con el Kraken.
Can you get the water?
Pura, pura.
Let's
What's
go,
up,
boys.
Fernando Velarde?
Yes, you guys, the Peseta folks need to come and visit us. Come to Rounders. Come play with us.
Yeah, let's get a full-on Mexican poker stream going on.
We had a very, very strong Mexican contingent that traveled when we had our big month-long series. And several of those guys went very, very deep in some of the bigger tournaments we had. I also got to play Cash. Cash came with one of the Kraken's friends who was a Poker Stars Supernova, if you know what that is, Matt.
Oh, yeah. Back in the day.
About that? Yeah, he was a big-time player. Supernova elite status.
Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know what that is, back in the day, Poker Stars used to have this essentially incredible rakeback program where if you played about 2 million hands in a year, you would get Supernova Elite, which was worth some hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe $100,000 to $200,000. I don't know. I guess it depends on the exact person, but they don't have that anymore, unfortunately for them. But yeah, unfortunately, I never also got to play during those days. I've been grinding it out in online poker for the last 6 months, but let's say the games are not what they used to be back in the day.
Not what they used to be, yeah.
It's rocket science wondering what type of bankroll you would need to play these stakes.
70K. That's funny.
Well, yeah, I would say most of these guys don't have a 70K bankroll. That's a pretty hefty bankroll, but I think I don't know.
Some do.
So, definitely some do. Definitely some do.
Some do.
Definitely some do. But it is, this plays about like a 5-10 game, and if you were a professional in a 5-10 game, you would want about 30 to 40,000 kind of minimum to play in a game like that, depending on how big it plays. If it straddles, obviously you need more, but typically you want about 30x buy-in of a game. So if you're buying in for 1K, you want to bankroll about 30K. That's if you're a good professional. If you're someone who is losing money, then I guess I don't know. I guess the bankroll is a little less important. I don't quite know. But yeah, this game kind of plays like a 5-10 or maybe something like a 7-15 or something, like kind of around those stakes. So you might want something like a 30 to 45K bankroll to play consistently. And the swings in this game are going to obviously be pretty significant. Losing 4 or 5K in a night is certainly possible. Especially if someone like Big Daddy Chaz shows up, then you really gotta bring out the extra cash and be ready to lose 5 to 10K in a game like this. 70K I think would be overkill. I don't think you would
really
need that.
put a big ding in your bankroll.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always played fairly aggressively with my bankroll. I like moving up and taking shots, and then if you get dinged down, you get dinged down, and then you go back down to whatever 2-5 or whatever game you're going to be playing. But I think taking shots aggressively, if you're a good player, is always going to be the way to go. And yeah, if you ever want to know actual science behind all this stuff, there is a poker site called Poker Dope. So you can actually just go in there. You can input your win rate. You can input the amount of hands you're going to be playing, and then it'll actually tell you what bankroll you need to survive the swings.
Oh, good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. So Poker Dope is a website you can go to and do a little research.
Next hand starts.
Understand what you should have.
Like a Porsche.
Yeah, and it'll give you sort of it'll tell you about what swings you should be expecting, and it's really quite shocking to look at it and just look at the swings that are quite possible in poker. Like you can be a really good player, winning a lot of money, and you can just go on a bad run for a long, long time. The variance in poker is more wild than most people think it is. It's really quite crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rocket Science. You can check that out. I think it's Prime Dope is the actual name of it. Ghost of M corrected me, but poker. I always just type in poker dope for some reason on Google, and that takes you right to the first site. But
Prime Dope is correct. PrimeDope.com.
Just a weird situation.
Yeah, if the numbers can be a little bit confusing, but there's probably some YouTube videos that'll tell you what's what about all the numbers if the numbers are a little esoteric to you in the beginning.
I'm going to be rooting for Estevan to double up here shortly. He offered to buy me a drink. Unfortunately, the servers do not come to my house, so that's I'm out of their serving region.
Wow, I feel like are they doing their job well enough if they're not delivering? I don't know.
They do a great job. They're doing good.
Yeah, no, the server in the back looks like she's doing an amazing job, and we all appreciate Drew picking up the flush draw here with Sugar-Free having the open-ended straight draw. So we got some real equity hands here, I would say. These are two of the better equity hands you can see on this board.
Jack of clubs.
Drew's still with the best of it, and this is a cool showdown. I love when these two guys go against each other, too. You really get to see some fun dynamics play out, I think. Two guys playing solid poker. And you can see Kraken kind of looking down at the board, looking a little bit at Sugar-Free's hand, maybe trying to pick up some reads occasionally. Tough spot for Sugar-Free. He has the open-ender, obviously, which is always a good thing to bet, but he is looking at two flush draws on board. And, straight draws lose to flush draws more often than not. But he does decide to go big, 300 here. I like the sizing, and I think the hand choice is fine. Drew should definitely be calling here in position. I know it looks a little scary. You're facing a pot-sized bet. You only have ace high. You have the nut flush, but you're going to miss a lot of time on the river. But Sugar-Free could still have a worse draw like he does. He could have even a worse heart draw. He could have something like queen 10 of hearts. So having the nut flush is actually just really, really powerful in poker. And one of the things you learn from looking at solvers is just how powerful it is. Jam is all in great. Is a great play. Yeah, this is a great play.
What a move!
Really great play here from Drew. This is totally reasonable and just well thought out, and I think a great play.
Drew champs for just under 800.
Sugar-Free hates to see it, but obviously will just pitch his cards into the muck. He's getting great odds, but
he may not. He hasn't done it yet. He might come to a different conclusion.
Yeah, the real problem is that you're still behind even when Drew has the worst hand he can have, which is essentially this hand.
So what happens if the 10 of hearts comes out,
Yeah, I mean,
so it kind of diminishes his outs is what I'm saying. He doesn't have
that too, yeah.
Or
what just happens if like a 3 comes out offsuit 3, then you still lose to ace high, and that feels terrible too.
Yeah, he has nothing right now, but I'm saying even if he makes it straight, it's not guaranteed to be good.
Exactly, yeah. And this is of course the obvious problem with a open-ended straight draw on a double flush draw board. Great play by Drew. I love this.
Well, it was a good play by Sugar-Free, but a better play by Drew.
Yeah.
Just kind of took the play away from Sugar-Free.
Yeah, Drew really came to game tonight, and Sugar-Free, I think, makes a good fold. Yeah.
Roughly an hour later.
And he gets rid of his.
I mean, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See it.
Drew really came to game tonight. He's playing pretty wide. He's playing aggressive. I like this. I like the way Drew's playing. He's playing nice. I think it's a good strategy.
Well, I think it's the fit. He's got the Drew. Well, the
You're
Wemby.
Right. You're absolutely right. The Wemby god got it. Got the. I don't know. Just got the spirit in Drew.
Got the spirit of the Wemby, the rookie of the year.
Maybe defensive player of the year. Probably not.
DPOY.
Next couple of years, Wemby, I think, will just be MVP pretty much every year.
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say he's kind of doing. He's checking all the boxes.
Yeah, I was literally with my dad Wemby highlights last night. He hasn't seen Wemby play, and my dad was like, "How is this guy a real person? Like, I don't understand how this man exists."
Did you see that play that move he made last night? Was it last night or the night before? The Sham God from the right
yeah,
side.
he sham gods it up. Yeah.
Sham gods from the right, and then does a spin move on the end of it.
And I think just like lays it in perfectly. Yeah, just
easy
beautiful.
layup.
If you guys can get a point guard for Wemby, it's really, and if he stays healthy, of course, that's the big if. But really will be, I don't know. San Antonio will just win so many championships. I think if they can get a good point guard and Wemby stays healthy, I don't see any other way around it.
Howdy, George Nino. Thanks for showing up. You're a little late, but better late than never. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show, buddy.
Everybody but Drew has a knit coin in front of them.
And everyone is also in this handed, it seems like. Hey, it's Sugar-Free's time to flop the nut flush. And it's also Praying Ray's, or no, A-Rod's time to flop top pair, top kicker. Everyone's got something, though, here.
Yeah, 9-5-3, 2 clubs. Backdoor straight draws here and there. Top pair for A-Rod.
And A-Rod really just wants to win this pot. Let's see if Sugar-Free learns from Drew's move and decides to bump it up. I think it'll be a totally reasonable play. It's never a bad play to be putting in more money when you have the nut flush.
He was super aggressive with the open-ended straight draw, so looks like
calling in position is totally fine too. This is a lead, by the way, from A-Rod. So A-Rod called pre-flop, and now he's leading in the small blind. We'll keep that in mind both for this hand and in the future.
Yeah, leading from the small blind, right?
Again, another double flush draw board, and A-Rod isn't going to love to see that king. He's not going to hate it. He's not going to love it. And it's certainly better than the 8 of clubs, but...
Oh. Hefty bet, 325.
And if Sugar-Free does go with a jam, I don't think A-Rod will be folding, but...
he's going to throw up in his mouth before he calls. Meaning A-Rod.
Yeah.
While Sugar-Free is considering his response here, Andrew King is in the chat, says he comes out to Rounders every Saturday.
Shout out to Andrew King.
Yep.
Now, this is an interesting one because, again, A-Rod led big into 4 other players as the pre-flop caller, and now is just like leading, again, giant on a king. So Sugar-Free is going to be worried about pocket 9s, pocket 5s, pocket 3s, a hand like king 9. Of course, A-Rod has the worst of all those potential hands, but you know,
it looks pretty strong.
It certainly is not a weak move. You can say that. Sugar-Free also with the 7 of clubs here being notable because now A-Rod can't have a hand like 7-6 of clubs or 8-7 of clubs. That would be the combo draw. You know, he might lead a combo draw, but he can't have that when Sugar-Free does have the 7 of clubs. I still would like to see Sugar-Free put in the call for the same reason that I thought Drew should have continued last hand. Just when you have the nut flush, it's a really, really powerful hand. You never know. You never know what people are up to in poker. So just calling when you have really good hands is never a bad move. And he doesn't know that his ace is dead, but the ace could be live in some scenarios. It would be a good fold, though, we can see from pot odds. And he does make the fold. So nice job getting away from it from Sugar-Free.
Well played by both guys.
Mm-hmm.
Good job. Did he show? I guess
he did show.
Yeah, Cruz pulled up, picked up the net coin. And with that, A-Rod is now up $137 on the night.
All right.
So the players that are down, Sugar-Free, BetOnDrew, Esteban, and Jacob. Sugar-Free is really even. We'll call it. He's not even down $100. But Jacob down pretty big right now. He's down 5 buy-ins.
Yeah, that is a lot, but we do see some juicy 2K stacks there for him to maybe get a few doubles up, and I guess 2 doubles up. If he doubles up to 1,600 and then gets another double up, he would be back to even immediately just from that. So it's an interesting spot. Richie Rich in the straddle, I think. Richie Rich is straddling here to 10, not calling, not limiting in for 5. So Jacob running into another bigger pair here.
Jeez.
And A-Rod looking to put some money into the pot with 10-5 suited. He's feeling a little frisky. He says, I got my nip button gone, but I'm still going to get in there with the 10-5.
Well, maybe he's going for a straight. You got to have a 10 or a 5 for every straight.
You do block all the straights. Unfortunately, unfortunately, your hand cannot really make a straight so easily, but you do block them all. Richie Rich, not going to let all these jokers see a flop super easily. And he says, I want to take the easy way out and just put on all the money. I think that's
sledgehammer.
Yeah.
Richie Rich pulls out his sledgehammer.
You might think that this is a bit of a worrisome play because you see A-Rod here with 1,600 behind. It's kind of a big jam, but A-Rod just called the open pre-flop, so you know he doesn't have anything too strong. So essentially, you just have to worry about Jacob with his $800 stack. So even though it looks like a bigger jam, it's really just kind of like an $800 jam, essentially. And a nice play by Richie, also getting rid of his nip button.
And on we go.
Right now?
This PLO game this Saturday sounds like a crazy one. I feel like a lot of all-ins going to happen in this game. Is this accurate?
Well, I think so. Like I said, we are going to try to mimic to the best we can the game that's being played in the main room, which is a $300 cap buy-in. I don't know. We'll see if Drew's going to allow us to kind of tweak it and make it just a little bit bigger. We might straddle because in the main room we can only straddle to 5.
Right. Okay.
See if he'll allow us to straddle to 10. And it's under the gun only.
Speaking of straddles, we do have a triple straddle here. So we're playing 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 40 as the stakes.
That definitely changes the stack to pot ratio very significantly.
No doubt. No doubt. A-Rod with the only one who has anything, if anything, although Trey has the same thing.
Oh, top pair for both players, but spade draw for A-Rod.
That's a spicy flop for sure.
Huge flop for A-Rod. He's got position on Trey. 303 in the pot. Hey, Elijah. See you in the chat there. Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's either 300 or 500. Let me see if I can find that out for you, Elijah.
Trey making the obvious call. Jack really not changing anything for either of these players' hands, obviously, and you know, I certainly would like to see another bet here from A-Rod, just having all the equity in the world. And you're gonna I think immediately see Trey not really loving the spot immediately. I mean, especially when he makes it 505, it looks like A-Rod putting in the 530. Not quite an all-in bet, but I mean, he's putting in almost half his stack. And if you're Trey, you're looking against a guy who opened under the gun. You got a king high board, and he's double barreling, kind of massive.
It is massive.
Yeah, he's putting in the pot size bet. I think it's a fine sizing. I would probably go a little bit smaller, but fair enough to him.
He's kind of giving up some equity, I suppose. I mean, if he's got a, if the guy has a better king, he's not going to fold.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine from A-Rod. If I'm Trey here, I think I actually like the fold, to be honest. Oh, he just goes all in. I don't really
skip to the end.
I don't know what he's quite looking for with this play.
Flush draw.
I wanted to hear that.
Bad king, bad king.
I mean, A-Rod can't have a worse king, really. And you're just hoping that he has something like ace queen and get him to fold. But I think Trey's going to find in this spot in the future, he's going to run into king 10, king jack, king queen, and ace king more often than he would care to. And I think that this play will kind of be torching money in the long run, if I'm honest. But of course, I've never played with A-Rod. Maybe Trey has, and maybe Trey thinks maybe A-Rod is in here with a few too many draws. So obviously, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think there's much history there at all. I remember this is earlier in the night. I was saying that Trey made a move, made a fold because he didn't have any history with A-Rod. So I'm not really sure what he was trying to accomplish, other than just bullying him, bumping him off the hand.
I mean, maybe you think
A-Rod is tortured right now. Look at that. He can't. Just put the river out there, please.
Oh, it was black, but not quite right.
Chop it up, boys.
That's a muck.
Trey with an unintended muck.
Yeah.
Yep. No knit coin will be turned in.
You know, another play there by Trey is you are also allowed to call there on the turn. You don't necessarily have to jam. Kind of one of the problems with jamming is that you do get ace queen to fold, but you kind of don't mind if ace queen bluffs it off on the river. I mean, ace queen does have some, it can hit an ace or a 10, but you kind of don't mind if that letting that hand get to a river and then giving him a chance to bluff it off with a hand like that, or a hand like ace 10, for instance. So I don't think I think I like the all-in the least from Trey. I think I like calling the second least, and I think that just folding is going to be the most prudent play. But as Elijah Mitchell points out in the chat, everybody does love a chop pot. So Trey,
the
going
dealers
out
don't.
first, the dealers hate it. Yeah, although I guess the dealers get tipped from two people, so maybe it makes up for the having to chop it up.
Twice the work, half the tip.
Yeah.
On we go. Double straddle.
El Double. A-Rod rubbing those cards, hoping for some more magic luck. Not going to get it this time.
Yeah,
it's a good assessment on possibility.
not for me.
Nobody's got nothing so far.
That would have been
What else? Yeah. Just
Jacob and Trey again battling it out blind versus blind. Jacob is the one with the dominating hand this time. Can he actually win an all-in? That is going to be the interesting question as we are all in and a snap call from Trey. And Jacob already shaking his head. He's saying, look, if I can't win this one, maybe I need to go home, have a nice cold beer, enjoy a good night, because if you can't win ace 10 versus king 10, it is, in fact, a rough night. We'll see what the flop brings out. Oh, and in the door, we got the king. Trey needing the ace or the queen. Not on the first board. Trey just needing a jack now on this river for the straight, or else it's going to be a chop pot. Ooh, I thought they were going to do him dirty. They didn't quite. But we got back-to-back chop pots. Everybody loves a chop pot. What's up, Cancerix? Dale, Kraken.
Some of that luck.
Yeah, we got Kraken in here. You can see from the bottom of the screen that he is. What is Kraken at? Kraken's doing pretty well. I don't see him at the bottom of my screen. There he is. He's up a K. He's got a nice little 2K stack. Kraken's just playing. If you're just joining, Kraken's been playing just nice, solid, nothing crazy, but just getting the money in good when it needs to be getting in good, and avoiding a few tough spots. So Kraken playing a solid game as you would expect him to. What's up, Darky? Kraken es el mejor. I agree, my friend. He's playing one of the more solid games, along with Sugarfree, who is also playing pretty even. We got Drew tonight, who is just playing pretty splashy. We don't have the VPIP numbers up yet, but I think Drew would be one of the more splashy players in the game. Jacob been running not so well, you could say. He's down 2.6K. A lot of that is just kind of all-ins pre-flop that hasn't gone his way. Richie Rich up the biggest so far, 1.2K. And, yeah, also just been playing a solid game. He's been he's missed a few coolers that, you know, could have gone a different way, and he has definitely avoided them. Esteban, kind of a down, a quiet 900. He hasn't done anything crazy, but just nothing quite gone his way. So down 900. He also lost the first knit game. We do have the knit game going here, and not too many knit buttons left. A-Rod also been in the mix tonight. He's played some fun ones. And my main Ray over here with a great Lord of the Rings shirt, the best drip in the game. He is in there now with the ace-8 suited. He's been playing pretty quiet tonight, but he does call with the ace-8 suited. We really haven't seen him 3-bet all that often. He's been more on the call-y side of things. And we're going to see a little Trey and Ray battle. Pretty reasonable flop from Trey. I wouldn't mind seeing a small bet, but a check is, of course, totally fine. Ray with a couple of back doors, going to look to put in a bet. His sizing looks fine, and his hand choice is fine. His inhaler is fine. Ray's really got it all going on right now. Hey, that's just about the best card you can hope to see if you're praying Ray, outside of an ace, of course. Yeah, I would like to see him put in a bet. I'd like to see a big bet here from Ray. I'd like to see even something 200, 250. I think he's going a little bit smaller, which is fine too. 165. And Ray, of course, can be representing a lot of hands. He can be representing Queen 10, Ace Queen, King Queen, even sets like 10s and pocket 4s. Trey, who is open pre-flop, is just going to go check, call, and that's, of course, totally reasonable as well as we head into a river. Ray picking up the 8, which I think will spoil the action. Ray picks up some showdown value, so you do expect this one to just go check. Ray, no need to bluff once you pick up the showdown value. You see he's a little upset knowing that he's going to lose this hand, though. It's kind of like one of those spots where you're like, I have showdown value here with this 8, but like, is Trey ever check calling twice with a worse hand than an 8? Not really, no, but it's still bluffing there with ace-8 is just not super great. I can see an argument for it, but, you know, rather just bluff with a hand like King Jack, Ace Jack. We got Squan 4 out there saying, let's go peek Drew. I agree. Drew's a good buddy of mine, and always love seeing Drew do well. He's down $600 here, but that is, of course, can change on the drop of a dime. Is it the drop of a dime or the drop of a hat? I don't quite know how it goes. Do people drop hats or dimes? I don't know. Yeah, this is a dope room. If you're ever out in San Antonio, you should check it out. Check out Rounders. This is certainly a great game. They got PLO and No Limit Hold'em games running. They've got wonderful food out there, a bevy of drinks, and I think totally reasonable. Out in Texas, of course, you have to pay for per hour, and you have to pay to get into the door. But I think they have totally reasonable rates out here in Rounders. So if you're ever out in San Antonio, definitely check it out. Fairly innocuous board. I want to say just one thing. We saw earlier when Ray had a really strong hand when he had that ace-9 with top pair, top kicker. He ended up leading out. So the reason you really want to note that is because if Ray starts checking, it probably means he doesn't have a great hand, right? If Ray had a 7 or an 8 here, he might just lead out. I'm not sure if he always would, but sometimes he probably would. So he does smell something a little fishy and decides to call with ace high, but yeah, I don't know. Ray maybe or A-Rod, like he has a read here on Sugar-Free. Sugar-Free does pick up some equity with the gut shot, and
I was confused. You went to the red.
Sugar-Free is really thinking about here is, okay, what is Ray going to be check calling that he can check fold on this turn?
I missed the second add-on, I think.
And the hand is maybe, or the answer is maybe ace-5, but I mean, look, A-Rod didn't believe him on the flop,
But I still, if you follow the show, you win.
and now he picks up equity. You can really see it in his eyes. He really is not believing Sugar-Free. Maybe feeling like Sugar-Free is just going to try to push him around on a kind of whatever board. A-Rod with the right read, but just not quite able to put in $200 with ace high. Understandable. Totally fine play by Ray. George and Nino want to know if any series coming up at Rounders. I'm not sure about series. We'll have my man Rudy's on a small little break. He'll be back in a second, but he'll give you some updates on that. In terms of just normal tournaments, we got a couple of really cool 10K guaranteed on Saturday. I believe this Saturday there's going to be a $130 10K guaranteed, which is sick. And then on Sunday, it's a free roll. There's free roll 10K guaranteed over at Rounders Poker. So if you're you have to there's a entry fee, or not an entry fee, but there's to get into the door is $25, and then to add on is $20. But you're talking about a 10K guaranteed where it's like you're putting in $25-$40. That's a pretty sick way to spend a Sunday, and definitely a nice one to win, I would say. And the Saturday event, that's $130 for 10K guaranteed. That's also pretty sweet. And hey, if you're around in the poker room and you bust out early, there's always some good cash game action going on too. Esteban picking up the first real hand that we've seen of the night. We haven't really seen aces, kings, or queens all night long, but Esteban picks it up, bumps it up to 155, and I think that might be a little bit large for Ray, even though he has a really good hand. Drew, oh my goodness, and Drew has aces. Wow. Okay. So, well, there's just one way this hand is going to go, I suppose. Well, at least between Drew and Esteban. Drew may be thinking about calling to bring in Ray. That's a little ambitious. Yeah. Oh, he just calls. Wow. Okay. So he's really trying to bring in Ray here. He sees that 1.3K stack that Ray's working with and says, "Hey, that's a juicy looking stack. I might want to get a little piece of that." And he does get Ray. What's Ray doing here? No. No.
Oh, Ray's
no.
got intentions.
No, not Ray. Ray, my buddy. They gotcha. What a beautiful play here by Drew. Drew just making great plays all night long.
And look at Esteban is just squirming.
Yeah, I mean, Ray has been playing so in line all night. And Esteban thinks that Ray is the one with aces. He has no clue and no reason to think that Drew is the one who has aces. I mean, this is just a sick setup for Esteban, who's, I mean, presumably still going to put it in with kings. Like, you really, I mean, you just can't be folding kings. You can't be folding kings. Maybe Esteban. Esteban made a beautiful fold earlier with Jack 10, got away from a really bad spot.
But folding kings is not in Esteban's repertoire or anybody's really, but especially Esteban. I've played with him quite a bit.
Yeah, it's so funny that Esteban is absolutely certain. I think that Drew, he's like so worried about Ray, and it's Drew is the one with aces. So it's like such a weird reversal.
Absolutely, he's worried about Ray. He's worried about the wrong guy.
Yeah, and understandably so. And he's like, and when he sees Drew call in this all in, he's gonna be like, "What does Drew have? Does like Drew just have like queens or ace king?" And he's gonna get some really bad news when these cards get flipped over. And Ray's like, "What have I done? What have I done here?" When Drew goes all in, Ray's gonna be like, "Oh goodness." Drew might just call this all in as well.
Drew might call, because he might put Esteban on queens and Ray on kings, something like that.
Man, if you're Drew, you are just salivating. You're just like, this is the best moment of my life. People are just putting in 4 bets and 5 bets with, and I've got aces. It's probably the best feeling in poker, I think. Of course, the worst feeling in poker is when you see a king on the flop, but before that, the best feeling is just having aces.
Yeah, right before that. Oh, but Drew's going to go ahead and jam. He's going to let
this is reasonable.
Ray off the hook.
It will. I mean, Ray put in half of his stack. He's getting insane odds here. What are the odds that Ray's getting here? He has to call 700 to win like 3,000 or something. Yeah, she's like Esteban. Esteban's like, come on, really? How do you have aces?
I thought something crazy. I was like, you might have aces 2 times. Nice thread, bro.
Yeah, and none of that helping Esteban.
That helps Ray, though. Nice full of sevens for Ray.
What if Ray got in there and just was like, no, we're running it once, boys, and just banged off the double jack? No dice. No. And one person boats up, but it's not the person. That is Esteban.
Man.
And he is going to get stacked.
Yeah. How much is it?
125.
And so I think Esteban is going to take off, but he does have to pay for the Nick game for this round. So that is going to be $125 that he's got to pull out of the wallet before he takes off, which is always a slight extra beating, but that is how the game goes. And GG's to Esteban.
Brutal.
You know, Esteban did nothing wrong basically the whole night. I mean, he was just like playing a solid game. You just like, he lost a few pots, was down 900, and then ran kings into aces. Just how these things go. Really.
Yep. Tough night.
And
I was rooting for you, Esteban.
Yeah. Shout out to Drew, who has been down the whole night, but now finds himself up amongst some of the bigger winners, up 900 right now. And a beautiful play by Drew, also getting in that extra $500 from Ray and inducing that raise. Drew's just played a beautiful game with that ace-4 shove earlier, this call with aces, reading the table just right, and making all the right moves.
Yeah, it went really well for him. And with that, Drew's going to be up just under $1,000 on the night. And we have a seat open.
I think they misread it.
Esteban with the parting shot of
parting shots with the boys.
Those look like that's not a shot. That's like that's like a triple shot or something. I don't know what that
generous,
was.
very generous shot.
A generous pour. Rudy, while you were gone, we did have someone asking in the chat if we have any series coming to Rounders Poker. So do you know if there's any tournament series outside of the Saturday and Sunday games or Sunday tournaments?
Right now, we don't have anything. I think in May, we've got something coming up. I'll have to double check the schedule on that. But the best source of information,
Yeah, so the
which
nickname
I will
now
check
is 150.
when I get a chance. Rounderscardclub.com is where we have the upcoming tournaments. And you can get all the information, any other information that you need about Rounders. You can even have the list of the cash games that are ongoing. Poker Atlas also is available.
Yeah, we're going back to the next game. So
Yeah, Squad came into the chat and was Drew's good luck charm there. Ray pointing out how often ace-ace versus king-king happens. I'd say it happens about the same amount as every other pair versus pair, but you just always feel it when it's aces versus king because the money always goes in.
Yes, definitely notable. Yeah, because of the action that it produces.
Yeah.
Speaking of action,
yeah.
Sugar-free raising with a 5 deuce makes it 30 to go. Richie Rich 3 bets him from the cutoff to 150 with king 10 offsuit. Trey wakes up ace queen from the big blind. He likes that hand for a 4 bet.
That would have been a good aces one time. Remember I did that?
And goes quite big. He is out of position, and they are playing pretty deep, I suppose. So reasonable sizing. If you're in position, you want to 4-bet a little bit smaller. But if you're out of position, his sizing here is okay. And Richie Rich kind of had his hand caught in the cookie jar with the KTO.
Yeah. Kamala, the loser was Esteban. He lost that hand and has no chips left and departed. So
he has our love, but not chips.
Right. I think there was a little pop-up that indicated that Drew lost it, but that was incorrect. He won that multi-way pot. Ended up being heads up pre-flop, but not before Ray dropped 550, I think it was.
Yeah, Ray, I think it was an understandable spot from Ray. Ray has been pretty quiet the whole night, hasn't really even put in a 3-bet, much less a 4-bet. So he thought, Drew's just calling behind. Maybe Drew's a little bit weak. This will be the time for me to really establish a good bluff spot. I think it was a fine spot to take. He just ran into the 2 best hands in poker, unfortunately for him.
No, it was a big blind has to put into? No.
And you can see from our graphic up there that we are playing a progressive nit game. We're playing the progressive 7 deuce game, and we are still playing a progressive straddle game. So the $10 straddle is going to be on. The nit game, I think, is now going to be either 125 or 150 right now. So if you're the last person with the nit button, you will owe 150 into a splash pot. And we still have that 7 deuce game, despite the fact that not a single person has been dealt 7 deuce all night. If you win with 7 deuce, everyone at the table owes you, I think, $35 is what it is right now because of the progressive 7 deuce game as well. So
yeah, so we're at the 150 level now for the nit game. So if you're the last person with that orange nit coin in front of you, that means you haven't won a hand yet. And if you are the last one with the button in front of you, then you owe $150, and you're going to be funding in the form of a splash pot the next hand. Right, so you don't want to be the last one to win a hand to get rid of the nit coin.
Oh, we see some action here from Kraken, who's been a little quiet tonight, but says let's bump it up to, I think, 315 is what he made it, or something quite large as what is a 3-bet here, I guess, with the hand of the night.
Yeah, ace queen. We've seen that hand so many times tonight.
There's only been 33 hands dealt, and we've seen ace queen in at least half of them, I would say.
Yeah, seems like it.
It's at least close to half. Trey with a real hand here, 40% of a royal flush. And he is not going anywhere. Being out of position against a guy who's been playing solid all night, with Kraken. Does make it a little tough. He's out of position against two players, which is really not where you want to be if you're Trey, but understandably he has King 10 suited, so. A-Rod coming along too, hoping to bink the 5.
Uh-oh. Action impending.
Everyone does have a little. It's not a bad flop for anyone. I mean, Kraken would, of course, prefer an ace or a queen, but it's not the worst ace-queen flop ever, especially when you have the ace of diamonds. And here we go. A-Rod again leading out, saying, wanting to see where he's at. I think Trey is going to tell him where he's at if Kraken does not. I mean, I don't know how you can do anything other than pitch this one if you're Kraken. I mean, A-Rod doesn't even really have enough left behind to bluff him off of it. And you still have Trey behind you as well, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, this is now the second time A-Rod has kind of let out when he's had a kind of decent pair on a kind of middling board. I keep pointing this out because one of the problems with leading all these times is that the times that you check, like in the future, if he starts checking, you know he doesn't have a kind of decent hand. You know he's like a little bit on the weaker side. So that's just something to point out for the future. In this hand,
that's true.
Not quite as relevant.
Except we saw the first time he did that, he had nothing. He had no equity whatsoever. So I think what he does, it looks to me like he kind of looks at the board and figures it doesn't have any interaction with either of the other players, most likely or potentially, and takes a little jab at it. However, it's not always the case.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is sometimes Kraken can have just like pocket kings there. And of course, sometimes Trey could have pocket nines or a hand like he does, King 10 suited. I think he's just going to easily put in the money. Yeah. Nothing else to really do if you're Trey. Just put in the money. Kraken's really not going to like the spot because he is not even ahead of a flush draw, and he's way behind any pair, or at least any 8 or better.
A-Rod just realizes he kind of
A-Rod, yeah, nice call by him. I mean, he could see the hands he would definitely put in the call, so nice call by A-Rod. Trey says he's ahead, but we see from the graphics that he is not. I think our graphics do take into account dead cards, but actually, even if it wasn't for dead cards, I think Trey would be ahead of overs and the flush draw.
2 overs and any diamond. But
yeah, it's a lot of outs. Sometimes we could go like, some other runner stuff nonsense, but that's one of them.
That's an overcard that he has. Pair of kings now takes the lead.
And a lucky Trey back at it again. Stacking another one.
Lucky Trey.
Or the kid.
Yeah,
the kid. I do like your nickname, the kid, better. It's a bit of a better nickname.
The kid is fearless. He's up 3K on the night.
Yeah, I think Trey plays a really good game for the dynamics of the stream and of kind of this of what ends up happening. He puts in money. I mean, he plays kind of simple. It's like he has good hands, and then he sticks in as much money as he can with those.
Yeah.
It's not super complicated, but it's exactly what you want to be doing. You just want to pick up a good hand, pile in as much money as you can, and it usually works out in games that are this splashy.
Yeah, he's definitely going to put pressure on the other players.
Right.
Sometimes he has it, sometimes he doesn't, but the pressure is always there.
Right.
I've tried to get him to play PLO several times. He just, sometimes he obliges. He just kind of humors me and will sit down and, dump a little bit. But he knows this is his game. No limit hold'em is where it's at for him.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 5, 10.
I think the hand played it.
Yeah, and Trey almost at a 5K stack, up by far the most after that pot.
Trey, aren't you in the button this game?
No.
yes.
Fisher
Yeah.
wondering. Sorry. Go
No, I
ahead.
was just gonna answer the same question. Fisher, I believe that Drew is on the first bullet, or did he add on? No, he's not on his
very
first
beginning.
bullet.
Yeah, it was at the
Yeah.
very beginning where he rebought. He was all in
That's right.
maybe once or twice.
Oh.
Bet on Drew's in the chat.
He's on his third bullet. Okay.
From the man himself. I'm sure Drew knows the best.
Told it, I was like, this is fan.
Is Drew just lurking? Drew is. Can we get some Drew lurks out in chat? Can we get the Drew lurk emote, because he's just constantly. You never know when Drew's just going to pop up. He can just be playing in a game and somehow chatting at the same time.
Yeah, Fisher, because the max buy-in initially was $500.
Yeah, Fisher, if you missed it, go back about 20 minutes in the stream. Drew had this. We'll just go back 20 minutes in the stream. I don't want to spoil it for you. Drew played a beautiful hand with pocket aces. You'll see it play out, but a really, really fun one. Trey and Ray with a real hand this time as he goes for the 3-bet. And Jacob, who knows? Jacob certainly is going to want to double up, but Jack 9, not the one to do. Not the player to do it against either, I don't think. Rudy, who we still got with the knit button on here? We've had a few people lose it.
Yep. Well, we know Ray just got rid of his. Excuse me. We got A-Rod. We can see it clearly in the shot there. I think Jacob still has his. The graphics won't show us until they're in the hand.
Yeah, Jacob still has his. Kraken might still have his.
There we go. Drew's got his.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on the small blind.
Richie Rich.
Maybe Richie Rich still has his. He won with pocket tens on one of the previous knit games, but I don't think he's won a hand this one, to my knowledge. And we do have, I think, now the $10 straddle on for mandatory. So this is now a 1, 2, 5, 10 game. And Drew making that a $20 straddle as well. So, I mean, we're playing just straight up like a 10-20, a pretty big game. Like I said, this is not your typical 1-3-5 game or whatever. This is much closer to a 10-20.
The game has definitely evolved or devolved, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
Ray with suited 9-5, Dolly Parton hand, raising from the small blind.
I like all the Drew lurks out there from everyone who was already lurking in chat. Can we get a Drew lurk from BetOnDrew? He's probably not listening to the stream. I guess he's probably just looking at chat.
No, I think that's Chad on the.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Using his.
I see his account.
Yeah, bet on Chad.
I see. I was hoping that Drew was just in two places at once, which I thought.
Oh, look at this!
Superpower.
Richie Rich 3-betting with a 5-3 suited.
And Ray says, nah.
What is going on? These boys are taking it to the streets. Oh, and they both hit a 5.
Yeah.
King 8-5.
I mean,
bottom
look,
pair for both players.
Neither wanted to fold 9-5 or 5-3 suited pre-flop. So once they hit a 5, you imagine they're still going to stick around. I mean, there's $430 in the pot, and Ray only has $980 behind. And he's got a backdoor flush draw.
And he's first to say something, meaning first to act.
Richie Rich can't go anywhere for that price. It's a matter of whether he wants to be raising or just calling.
And he's got an image, but never mind.
Wow. The
disregard.
Wow.
Image disregarded.
Wow.
I like my hand back.
And Ray just snap folds and sees the immediate bad news, too.
So many diamonds in the ring.
I don't think Rich will ever do that. Next time.
That's so funny. And obviously he had to show his hand because he had the knit coin.
Right.
So Ray, even more pain to Ray. He saw that his hand was actually better than Richie Rich's. Alex, in the chat, you're asking about 1-2 table with bomb pots. Our bomb pots are, we have one bomb pot every 30 minutes. Only on the dealer chains is when we're allowed to play bomb pots there in the main game. We do not have any tables that don't have bomb pots. So if you don't like them, you don't have to play them. It's a good time to get up and stretch, do some calisthenics, walk to the bathroom, go check out the bar. We've got a pretty good assortment of adult beverages to choose from. But yeah, it's one bomb pot every 30 minutes on the 1-2 table.
One Raven, one point.
Jacob, who's kind of had the worst of it all night, looks to make a move.
Yep, trying to get something going here.
5 suited. Everyone's kind of got some nice little suited hands here. Trey just debating whether he wants to bump it up or keep it at 125.
Well, you know that this pause is really like Jacob hates this pause.
Yeah.
Look at this.
And
Trey just puts a stack of $2,000 out there.
I don't like this play from Trey. I've seen him make moves like this in some of the past games that I've commentated on. Unless he has a read on Richie Rich, you're risking 2K to win 100. I guess you're risking 2K to win $250 or so. But the problem is that Richie Rich is opening from under the gun, or I think in that spot, and I don't know. It gets to a point when you're risking so much to win not a lot of money that even if you get folds from people, like sometimes they just wake up with like ace queen or better and
right.
just put in you just put in $2,000 with like garbage. Ace 3 is not garbage. It's just not a hand that you're allowed to just make it like 475 there or whatever. Like you don't have to jam.
Right. There's something between the men click and then the jam.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is a part of Trey's strategy that he's like worked out. He wants to sometimes raise smaller with some hands and sometimes jam. But from just a practical or theoretical standpoint, just open jamming there for 100 big blinds or whatever, or 3-bet jamming for 100 big blinds is not going to be super profitable. But
that's a good point.
That's just my read on it.
No, you're right. And he agrees with that too. I talked to him about that very thing. Last time that I think you were on the stream with me doing the commentary.
Right.
He did the same move with ace queen, I think it was, right? Against Chaz, who woke up with queens.
Right. No, he had ace 9 offsuit that time. And Chaz
was it ace 9?
He had ace 9 offsuit. Chad had pocket queens, and it was like a 20K pot.
Yeah.
Trey had the worst of it, but lucky Trey, of course, ends up scooping a 20K pot with ace 9 offsuit. Yeah, Trey actually did that 3 times that night, but I'll get back to that as we see Sugar-Free 3-betting with pocket kings. Sugar-Free, obviously, with one of the tighter images at the table, and that makes pocket kings a little bit more difficult to get value with. Unless Ray really wants to get spicy here, I think you wanna be a little bit more selective. Ray doesn't want to be selective though, which is totally fair.
He thinks he's likely not dominated. He's right.
He is somewhat correct.
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah. He is also likely not going to win this one as he flops nothing.
Well, he's got some backdoor possibilities, but
yes, he has the runner 7-8 and the runner 10.
There's 2 kings that are dead, and Trey folded king jack.
Yeah. Sugar-free just going to make the 150 sizing.
Well, that's
Totally
good.
fine sizing,
Draw.
totally fine hand to do it with, and totally fine fold from Ray.
Oh, the progressive, right? Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'll
it's
give you
our
5 for that.
New player at the table. Elijah.
So the penalty will be $1.50 if you win.
Elijah. I think Elijah is playing on the PLO stream on Saturday.
Is that the same Elijah who was in the chat earlier?
Yeah. I think he was in the main room playing cash. Saw that a seat opened up and figured he'd, see what's going on.
Right on.
Hop in.
Good luck, Elijah.
Good luck. Elijah Mitchell, everybody.
Buying in for a cool $800.
Okay, so you were pretty close.
And Rudy, what do we got with the stacks here? It looks like some polarized sort of stack situation.
Yeah, we got Trey with a massive stack compared to Jacob. Jacob's down almost 3K.
Yeah.
And he's got, I guess relative crumbs, $500 in front of him right now. And A-Rod has twice that at 1,000. Yeah, we got a couple guys here. You're right. See, we got $3,000 in front of Drew. Richie Rich, 2.5K.
Oh, PLO. That's might be out of 10.
Rocket science feels for Jacob. He says he should just call it a night.
Yeah, I mean, he's down to his last 500, and that 500. I mean, it's like one of those situations where you're either going to like quadruple up at some point, or you're going to lose it and take off home. So, I think he's going to wait for a decent enough hand and look to put the money in.
Andrew, the question that you're asking is a hard one to answer. The average buy-in for the table is difficult to answer, really, because everybody started off with $500. That was the buy-in. No more, no less. But when somebody doubled up, then you were able to match the stack. So some people did. Some people didn't have to match. They didn't have to rebuy or top up. Others have rebought multiple times.
Yeah, you can do the quick algebra and see what their stack is and how much they're up, and then you can see kind of how much everyone's bought in for. But that's a little bit too much math for me. But I would say everyone is kind of in for about 1,500-ish or maybe more. Jacob's certainly in for more, but we got two guys with a whole lot of nothing. But Elijah coming into the table and coming in hot. He says, I got 10-7 offsuit and get rid of this nit button.
The nit coin is his no longer. He's off the board.
See ya. See ya, nit button. Congratulations.
You see that, Jacob? That wasn't so hard. Just watch Elijah.
Yeah, easy. Poker's super easy. Get in there with the 10-7 offsuit. You make a bet on the flop. You win money. Sugar-free looking to open up a little bit more on his range and decides to get in there with ace-6 offsuit. Jacob looking very stoic over there in the corner. I wonder if he's going to put in some money. There was something about his face that just looks like he was going to play this hand. He does have a decent one.
Yep. Definitely looked very resolute. Breathes a sigh of relief when Trey doesn't 3-bet for once.
For once. A-Rod's been picking up a ton of pairs tonight, and I wonder if he's going to look to put in some more money here. He does have that net coin still in front of him. Deuces, I hear they have never lost, but he does decide to just call. A Trey and a 9 and a J.
Jacob likes that flop.
Yeah, I think if someone bets, I feel like Jacob's just ready to pile in money with an open-ended straight draw at this point. Although I'm not sure anyone will bet.
Well, he's second act. He's in the big blind, so he should just.
Yeah, he could bet, but decides to just check.
Yeah, he checked.
Sugar-free with a nothing burger, but a backdoor nut flush draw. Bet small. I like the sizing here from Sugar-free, and I think the hand selection is also fine. And Jacob looking to just, I guess, bump this up to 120, it looks like. So he's just going to make a normal raise rather than all in.
Hoping this one works and he doesn't have to put it all in.
And it certainly will, unless Sugar-free has some bad intentions. Sugar-free probably asking himself, what is Jacob going to be raising here for value? Jacob could have King Jack, Ace Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 9, pocket threes. So
Sugar-free is blocking some of those hands that you mentioned. He had the ace of clubs in his hand. So
yeah, the other big problem though is that you're still not even ahead of the draw. So you're like flipping with Queen 10. So that is a rough spot to be in to make a move with Ace 6. And Jacob could just have King Jack offsuit and make that same play. So of course a prudent fold for the A6 offsuit. What is up, Almondron? You're having a good evening.
good evening, Sir Almendron.
Get this guy out here right now. Yeah,
Ghost of him out there, and I ended up I went to the cage out in Costa Rica and had a decent score out there and gave away some percentage of the win. And Ghost of him was actually the one who ended up winning my giveaway that I did.
Oh, that's cool! Very cool. Good for both of you.
Yep.
And
congrats on your win there.
Waiting for 1,000, right?
Your cash.
Yeah, I had it. It was a while ago for me. This wasn't recent, but I was thinking about it because it seems like Drew just banged off a nice 20K down in Costa Rica when he was down there.
Yeah, last week he was out there.
Mm-hmm. Ghost of him does deserve it. I was actually very, very happy that Ghost won it. So I was stoked for Ghosty. When am I going to head back to the cage? I don't know. I don't know when I'll go back to the cage. I would like to explore more of Costa Rica. I only basically just got to head around San Jose. But the last time I got out to the cage, it was like a free offer from my friend Bill. And unfortunately, he's not hitting me up with more free offers for 5K tournaments. So it might be a little bit while before I get back to the cage. We'll see. Jacob with another real one.
The Bill, your friend Bill, is his last name. Start with a P.
That's the one. Good old Billy P. Who can afford 5K here and there. We got a lot of real ones here. Drew with the least of the real ones. 3-betting with 7-4 suited. What's up, Watt Joskins? All right, so we're going to be heading to a flop for 3 real hands and Drew.
Drew's got a piece.
Yeah, I mean, he's got as good of a piece of it. He's got the most equity out of everyone somehow.
Headshot for A-Rod and 2 overs.
Yeah, A-Rod with the real best hand, but Drew's still with a piece of it. If this somehow checks down, he would win it at this point. Of course, a lot of things can change about that. Like this queen.
Yeah, the flop checked around to Drew, and he's on the button. He checked behind. Kind of interesting there.
Yeah, A-Rod got to be feeling pretty great about top pair and a gut shot when everyone's just checked.
When Drew checks on the button there, there's no turn card that he's going to like nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, just the 4 or the 7.
Yeah, okay. I guess he would like a 4 or 7, but
yeah. The deuce he might like, but actually that would have been bad too in this exact hand. Jacob with an open-ended straight draw. Oh, wait. Sorry. I missed that A-Rod. I'm sorry. I missed some of the action here. I was looking at chat a little bit.
yeah, no, A-Rod improved.
Yeah,
like
so
I said,
Jacob,
he had 2 overs. 2 overs in the gut shot. He hits one of the overs, and he's all in. I don't know if Drew would have gotten away with it if he would have bet the button. I think probably A-Rod makes the call anyway, and maybe Drew just kind of minimized his loss. But really, that was a pretty good. I mean, it was not a horrible flop from Drew's hand.
Right. Yeah, altogether, you could have seen a bet. Checking is, I think, reasonable enough. Yep, King Diamond. Drew has won a hand, not the last one, but he is still up. It looks like a solid little $700. Again, if you're a Drew fan and you're just joining, go back maybe, I don't know how long it is, but maybe 30 or so minutes. You'll see a very, very fun one that Drew played with pocket aces, which was his biggest hand of the night. So all the Drew fans might want to check that one out either now or later.
Bracket unfolding. We're heads up. And the nicknames.
Who won the center? Right.
Ooh.
All right, Drew.
Now, if Jacob can't win with this one,
he's facing a raise from Richie Rich.
It's not his night if he can't win with this one. It'll be interesting to see who pays him off, or if Richie Rich decides to get in there with the King 3. It's a little tough to be calling 3 bets with King 3, yeah. And yeah, I mean that's like one of those subtle bad beats where you pick up aces and it's the first hand that doesn't go to a flop like the whole night.
Yeah,
bad beat with a win. It's like as bad of a beat as almost like losing a stack, because you really could win a stack there most of the time with pocket aces.
I just haven't got
In this game.
You get 6 deuce, 6 deuce, 8 deuce.
The last hour. Nice, right? Yeah.
Well, Drew still has his net coin.
How much is 200?
Kraken's got his.
30, 35, 40.
Right now, yeah, 25, 30, 35, 40. So we're in 35.
35 zone.
Yeah, come on, deuce 7.
So they're discussing the price for the bonus for the 7 deuce. Right now we're at the 35.
To be honest, the deuce 7 conversation,
zone.
maybe forget about
$35. $35 from every player if you can win a hand with 7 deuce this hour. It goes up. It's progressive in nature tonight, as is the nit game. The penalty for the nit game loser is $150.
That'd be a cool name for a rock band, Progressive in Nature. I like that as a rock band name or something.
If you're in chat, Ghost has done you a solid. He put the clip of the 3-way all in. It was almost 3 ways all in. It was
yeah,
3 players in the hand for a significant amount of chips. But there's a hyperlink in the chat.
Rudy, what the hell's going on here? There's too many players. I don't understand what's going on.
2, 4, 6 players to the flop. 7, 6 deuce, rainbow flop. Top pair for A-Rod. Top pair for Kraken. He's got a better kicker, though, with his 7. Middle pair and backdoor diamonds for Elijah. And let's see, what's he doing? He made the call. Got a bet from Ray, who's got nothing. Kraken with the best hand.
Yeah, no one is strong here. Everyone's got like some sort of backdoor piece of it, but and a couple of top pairs, of course. No one's wildly happy with this flop, though. Especially not six ways.
Kraken's not going to be losing to a lot. I mean, maybe 7-6, something like that. But
yeah,
you know,
Queen 7, King 7, A7.
Right, the 8-7, 9-7.
I think the problem for Kraken a little bit more is what can you get a lot of money in with and still be ahead of is a little bit more of his issue. It's like he might not be behind a lot, but it's also tough to be ahead of a lot. That would be calling here. Of course, everyone just has some mediocre stuff, so he does pull the trigger in a really nice spot.
165 for Elijah to call. He's
Yeah.
already called to 85.
I mean, if he could see the hands, he would certainly call here. He's getting the right odds. Although calling a raise with middle pair multi-way is getting a little sketchy.
Yep. They're heads up now. 5 on the turn.
Yeah.
Okay, he checks. I was going to say if he's got 8-9, it's now a straight.
Yeah, 8-9, 8-4, and 4-3 all get there. Of course, 6-5, 7-5 get there. And again, Kraken is kind of running into this problem of if you bet again here, what can you reasonably hope to get called by that is worse? You're looking at exactly something like 8-7, 9-7, and 10-7, essentially.
Yeah, you're not going to see any calls from the king, queen, king, jack. You're not going to. He's got Kraken has a jack 7, so king, queen, queen 10.
Right.
None of those are probably still around. So he checks. 8 puts a 4-liner.
And this is really Elijah's spot. I mean, he does have showdown value, obviously, but he really can't expect to win all that often, given the action. And yeah, what do you think about the bet here? Oh, nice. Oh, yes.
Bill, before I can answer, it looks like
push it in. He doesn't say all in. He just goes 500. It's an interesting play.
Yeah, the first thing you said was that he has showdown value. So that's kind of one thing that would kind of dissuade you from making this move. But he's got a read, I guess. He decides to go for it.
I will say that I see people in live games often over bluff these 4 straight spots. I see it almost all the time whenever I play live poker. It's like someone just sees 4 to a straight on the board and they're like, let me bluff at this. But if you're Kraken, you're thinking, what can this guy be bluffing with that he called a flop and then called the raise?
Yeah.
Nice play by Elijah. Beautiful play with the king 6. Elijah came to game.
Drew without it sweating bullets.
I know.
Yeah, and if you're Kraken there, you're just wondering, okay, what can this guy called the bet by Ray, and then he called my raise, and then the board ran out 4 to a straight. What can he be bluffing with? Like, try to name a hand, and you're going to find a pretty difficult time to do it with.
I mean, like the 8-9, is already a straight on the turn, and it went check, check.
Right. I mean, anything. I mean, just like
6-5.
everything.
Again, check on the turn.
Yeah, I mean,
I
if
don't
it's like 5-4, that's a straight now on the river, which would have been an open ender on the flop, and then a straight when it gets to the river. I mean, he basically has to have his exact hand, something like random, like king 6, as the only hand he can possibly bluff with. You can't like really name any other reasonable hands the way the action played out for him to have to bluff. And I think that makes it a beautiful bluff by Elijah. So nice play.
Jacob heating up now. Kamala, I think he did show it, but I didn't see that he showed it. I would guess that he did. I don't wow. And the drinks keep coming.
We love to see it.
Suddenly I'm thirsty.
We're playing the progressive drinking game as well.
Nice.
Are we going to see a little tilt from the Kraken? A tilted Kraken here after losing, after getting shown the bluff on that last one? Nope. A man of discipline. You love to see it. He says, I'm out of here.
Yeah, he is having a tough night.
Ain't no way. Oh.
Richie Rich makes the call. BetOnDrew's got suited cards.
And you know, anytime Drew goes thumb to mouth, that he's looking to do something devilish.
It's a devilish check this time.
Devilish check, but you just wait. He's wanting to do something. I know it. I know it. Jacob again just wanting to pound his head on the table after seeing
that's a horrible flop.
Yeah, and he's going to try to buy it, but it's difficult to buy it.
Prey and Ray's got top pair in this case.
Yeah. Ray shall be going nowhere, at least not on the flop. Wouldn't have even been surprised to see Ray throwing a raise with how he's been playing. Nice fold by Drew.
Well, Drew, thank you.
I gotta wait.
When does the bomb explode?
Huh?
When does the bomb explode?
Over there, I think.
Sudden death.
Oh.
Oof.
Oof.
Two pair. Jacob. Two pair for Ray. Jacob now still has two overs. Now he's got a gut shot.
Yep. And it's a totally reasonable bluff here if you're Jacob. And he just goes all in, yeah, and Ray's snapping him. He's going to beat him into the pot, I imagine. I don't know what Ray's thinking about. Maybe Vegas in the Mirage, but
he just wants to count. I think he's going to make the call. He's just going to flick a chip in.
Yeah. I think this is going to tilt Jacob a little bit more when he does see that Ray has top two pair here.
Yeah, especially since he jams into him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
One time? Just once. One time.
we need a cue ball and a cue ball nothing. If you're Jacob.
Only a queen will save him.
Nope. Nope.
All right. I think I'm right there.
Yeah.
Jacob's going to tap out.
Understandably.
One time before you that. Thank you, Ray.
And rocket science with the correct analysis that usually gets worse in poker. That's what I found out.
Oh, I don't know. I think he got two additional drinks from the time that rocket science said he should have gone home.
That's true. I have found
he's about even.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll show up to a casino and sometimes I'll play like two orbits and you just get the feeling like you just know like when the poker gods are going to screw you over that day. And I've gotten to the point where I'll show up and even though I'm a professional poker player, I'll play two orbits and I'll just leave. Like if you get that gut feeling that you're just going to get screwed over the whole day, I'll just like take off and go walk around the park or whatever and just enjoy a day.
I'm with you. I remember one time, I think it was a year or two ago, I walked into the Bellagio and a table they're just opening up. It was a 5:10. It was mid-morning. And I went to get chips. I got a seat at the table. I walked up to the table. put my chips down in front of one of the seats, and someone goes, "Oh, that's my chair. I'm sitting there." Okay, so I moved over, and guy goes, "Oh no, I'm sitting there." And then so I moved over again, and then they go, "Oh, you can't use those chips. You got to use the orange chips only."
Oh, right.
So I
Yeah, the
walk back to
Pac-10
the
game.
cage. I go, "You know what? I'm not going to play that game." It's just one thing after another after another.
Yeah. If there's ever a sign, that's one. And
Yeah,
if there's
it was
ever
just too many things were working against me that time. So I just
No.
played a different game.
No. Kraken got 7 deuce offsuit and he folds it. This is
Oh, maybe he forgot.
He was looking down at it. No, I don't think he forgot. I think he just knitted it up there. This is just a bad play by Kraken. 7 deuce is awesome in this game.
It's $35 now.
You get
plus don't forget about the straddles out there too.
You win almost $300 when you win with 7 deuce. It's like I was saying earlier, it's a $300 splash pot that only you can win when you have 7 deuce. 7 deuce is not like it's not like a joke hand anymore. It's just like actually just like a really good hand when you just win $300 for free. I would never fold 7 deuce. I think you should be admonished if you fold 7 deuce. I like Kraken. You're a cool dude. Shout out to all the Mexican poker players out in the chat.
Send us.
You got to be taken out and publicly shamed if you fold 7 deuce in the 7 deuce game.
Yeah, sometimes you get ace king and you raise and you don't win. Look at this. If he plays 7 deuce this hand.
Sure, yeah. And sometimes you actually just win with it.
Yeah, sometimes this happens.
Yeah.
The magic.
You love to see the poker gods properly punishing him, though. You know. Just put a 7 or a deuce out there just to really ring it in. Or maybe like a king where he would have actually gotten value from Elijah as well. Kraken knows it. He takes out the sunglasses. He's like, yeah, that one was me. And nice play to Elijah, who's been bluffing his way into a nice little stack. Elijah now up almost $800. He bought him for $800, up $800, and it's almost all come from just bluffs.
Yep, he's making stuff happen. He's not counting on big cards.
You see?
Huh? I've had aces. I'm not. You check. I'm like. Get open.
What's up, y'all? Hello. How we doing?
We've got Director Chad telling us that we're going to have an action player in taking Jacob's spot. So this game might get even spicier as we see the progressive knocking everything up a notch as well.
4,800 in the plays. Got me up.
Praying Ray was playing a little bit tight in the first half of this show and is really opened up.
They cooked me.
And
I was gambling.
is obviously a good hand here. Oh,
Where'd go?
oh no. Oh yes. We have the man, the myth, the legend, Big Daddy Chaz. He's at the table in seat 3. And I'm sure most of you all probably have more experience watching Big Daddy Chaz than I do, but I've watched this guy play twice, and the man brings the action, and I love a good action player. And I love to see a good 7 deuce here from Trey. Trey's a sneaky one to have the 7 deuce and just calls with it pre-flop. That's a cool play as well. Oh, and why not? Why not just flop the flush? See, Kraken, see what happens when you play the 7 deuce. You get rewarded. Trey just banging off the nutter butters here with the 7 deuce. Flopping the flush, Ray's putting it in, basically drawing dead, or actually drawing dead, that is.
No, that's flat before the
I made it 150.
Yeah, 150.
Oh, okay.
And then fold.
Trey smooth, Colin.
Or you could have won. That would have been nice.
Trying to give Ray a little bit of rope.
Okay, 150. I don't want to be with him.
Check on the turn. Trey's wondering. Actually, I do kind of like a check raise here if I'm Trey. But a bet is totally fine. You can bet and get called by a queen here if you're Trey. Yeah. I think either play is understandable. Trey goes very, very big here, going, what is this, 900? 3x pot? Huh. Everybody pay up. Pay this man his money.
But he does the 5 each.
Big Daddy Chaz just showing up to the table. I wonder if he has to pay Trey. He hasn't even played a hand. He's like, oh, here's $35, Trey.
Yeah. Can I get a menu from you, please? If you don't mind.
Nice hand, Trey.
Thank you. Throwing money at you, huh?
Yeah, nice hand, Trey. Trey goes for the interesting 3x pot there on the river. I think, to be honest, it's an okay play. Obviously, he's saying that he has a flush or a bluff. It's a very
How many neck buttons are out there?
it's kind of a solver play, but it's also something that you might see from someone like a Garrett Adelstein, where he'll just 3x pot it on the river, and you don't quite know if he's got the king of spades or if he's got the flush. And it looks like Trey is kind of implementing a similar strategy there. And Trey, again, the big winner so far, up almost 4K on the night. He's got a 5.2K stack, and he's got Chaz on his right, which is, of course, going to induce some action. Drew in kind of an awkward spot having Chaz on your left. It's really a weird thing when you have the hyper action player on your left. And, I don't know if Chaz is going to be hyper action tonight, if he's going to be chilling. Elijah picking up the 7 deuce, too. We didn't have a single 7 deuce the whole night, and then back to back to back.
Yeah, brother, how you been? I'm good.
But I was just saying, it is a little bit weird when you have the action player on your left as opposed to having them on your right.
Weird or unfortunate?
Both. It's both, because you kind of want to start limping and then limp re-raising sort of thing. There's a lot of weird sort of plays you can go with, but it is both weird and unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, it kind of, you feel handcuffed at times.
Yeah, it's tough, and especially when you have a good player like Trey. Again, when you have the action player on your left, and then you have someone like Trey on the left of that. It's kind of the worst spot to be in if you're Drew in terms of table dynamics. But an interesting here.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Elijah had some ideas on how to handle the 7 deuce, how to navigate his way with it, but Sugar Free kind of puts a little glitch into his plans by 3-betting to 250 from the small blind, which is a really good spot to do that from.
Richie special?
And
Elijah tried. He had some ideas.
And if he knew what Sugar Free had, he certainly would have just jammed it. But of course, you never know. Nice play by Sugar Free, by the way. I sort of sometimes harp on him talking about being kind of tight on kings, but he uses his image quite well there and picks up just a nice little pre-flop pot with ace 5 offsuit.
Well, Sugar Free, a year or two ago, was definitely one of the tighter players on the table in the stream, but he's definitely become way more balanced as his hours have gone by.
Yeah, I definitely. I wouldn't even call him a tight player, just relative to some of the lineups and rounders. He's just playing solid poker. He's not really a tight player. He's just a solid player. So.
I'm ordering 35 and Jasmine Rice. 35. Some cheese or some shit on it. Fries, cheese, all that shit.
And he might get rewarded for it here, as he's going to come in with a back-to-back 3-bet.
I don't know. They had like a thing with we do just like low calorie options. It's back.
Called over.
Yeah, that was the metric joke.
There's one hand.
I think
there's two hands I'm
Ray
not folding.
with the 10-9 suited is really not gonna believe Sugar Free. Sugar Free's kind of 3-bet him, I think, 3 times in the last couple of orbits, and Praying Ray, of course, not going to be folding 10-9 suited anyways. But I think he might even be a little bit more suspicious that Sugar Free's kind of getting out of line against him.
Yeah.
But we have 2 real hands here going to a flop,
I'm not even gonna look them up.
You got all the greens at second.
and that's a real flop for Ray.
The true sudden death one hand.
But we are going down together.
Ray thought about leading, decides to go with a check.
I want it for everyone else.
Sugar Free, I think, will find bet here, and I think that he should find the bet here. Goes with a check. I don't quite understand this check by Sugar Free.
Yeah,
I don't
either.
I mean, I guess if you're just going to bang off the ace, then maybe you should. But
Somebody like $100 nickname, whatever.
this is a really good board for the 3-better, and you should just be c-betting all the time. Especially, we've seen Ray lead out a few times when he has decent hands. So if Ray is checking, he's usually going to be a little bit on the weak side. Although, of course, he has a flush draw this time. Maybe Sugar Free is, I don't know. It was huge here, nearly pot size.
Dude, golfing buddies in the game, eh?
And Ray hating his spot because you got to call a pot size bet out of position with 10 high.
I thought it was tomorrow.
I would actually just prefer to see a check raise. I think if I'm Ray, calling out of position with 10 high is always a dubious prospect.
I'll tell you now.
Any club?
Any club, but not that one.
It's your boy Roy.
Yep, you can find a move here.
Yeah.
We're playing on Saturday.
I mean, you do have to make this play once you get the 3 to the flush, even if it's not your 3 flush. So I do like this lead jam from Ray.
Best one at Antonio?
Even if the rest of the hand was a little tough on him. What are you doing here for Sugar Free? Do you believe
Well,
in this?
first you're gonna make faces, be really uncomfortable.
That is definitely step
Think
one.
Yep, that's step one. It's 1460 in the pot.
I might actually like a fold here if I am Sugar Free. You have to be thinking, obviously Ray could have clubs here like he does, and that's just a hand that you beat. But there's not a ton of clubs, right? Like Ray wouldn't do this with like Queen 10 of clubs. You know what I'm saying? Because he has a pair, and he might just win the hand.
Okay, but what's going to be
where I think it's
played out like this? Like the queen, there was a C bet. Oh no, there was no C bet.
No, yeah, there was no C bet.
So it goes, it goes check, check, all in.
Mm-hmm.
So what's Rob up against? What's Sugar Free facing?
Wow.
Yeah, I just don't know.
I mean,
what Ray has
not,
here.
The story doesn't add up here.
Well, if he can have 10-9 of clubs, he can have 10-9 of spades.
Yeah, but the 10-9, the ace of spades was on a turn.
They just built the spear, and the spear is like in the background.
Right, so flop was check. Turned Ray checked, and Sugar Free potted it.
Yeah, I guess you can't check. You're out of position.
And now we just see the lead jam by Ray. And he could be doing this with, he could have been slow playing a set on the turn and then just looking at jam. He could have spades. He could have ace jack. He could have queen jack. He could have just something like ace queen that decided also slow play with the intention of jamming the river. And it's kind of tough for him to have a bluff here. Like he has 10-9 of clubs, 9-8 of clubs, 7-8 of clubs.
Does he have a nit coin in front of him? He does not.
He does not. If he had a hand like Jack 10 of clubs, would he be jamming here? I don't really think so, but maybe. Yeah, I understand the fold here from Sugar Free, to be honest. I understand it. He was up against one of the only hands he beats, but I think it's, I don't know. It's close. It sucks.
Yeah, he found a spot. Ray to make him move there and take that pot away from him.
I mean, really, what you do that hand is you bet the flop. You see bet the flop, and then you bet the turn, and then if Ray jams, you just call.
It's funny, you know, that's a good point, Matt. That's kind of where things went sideways there when he
Right.
didn't see bet the flop.
Yeah.
During this dealer change, I want to take an opportunity to ask everyone to do us a solid. Hit that like button for us, smash the thumbs up, pretty please. You can hit that subscribe button, the little bell notification lets you know when we've got a stream coming up. We also run, not only do we have cash games, we've got final tables for multi-day tournaments. We have a fun tournament coming up this Saturday, a $10,000 guarantee. It's called the Saturday Swim. $130 buy-in gets you $30,000 in chips, and there you can get an add-on for $100 more. That tournament start time is 3 p.m. Also starting at 3 p.m., we're going to have another live stream. We're going to have a PLO game, 1-2 PLO. I will be not on the comms Saturday. I'll be on the table playing against some of my buddies there. So join us for that if you can. If you're not in the tournament, hop in. And then Sunday we've got another tournament. It's a $10,000 guarantee mystery bounty. It's a free roll. You got that right, free roll.
Free.
Yep. We're starting at 2 p.m. That's Sunday. Check Poker Atlas or rounderscardclub.com for more information on any of those events. Cruz is back in the box.
Shout out to Cruz. And we got some interesting stack not stack size updates, but just win-loss there.
Yeah,
As you see, A-Rod's the only one at the table to be down a decent chunk right now. Jacob, of course, carrying most of the load of losing this session.
Yeah, Jacob was the one of the early departures. Jacob and Estevan. Christopher Nutter just joining us. He just showed up. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the game. Also, welcome to the game, our buddy, my buddy, BDC, Big Daddy Chaz.
BDC.
There he is, snuggled in between Drew and Trey.
Even when you try to throw trips away, they still come back to Trey somehow.
Getting close to the end. We are in the last hour of our stream, our game. So this, I don't know if you, some of you guys who have just joined us, you may not be aware with this is a progressive cash game, and some of the dynamics go up. They change as time goes on. Now that we're in the fourth hour of our game, the net game is worth more. The penalty is higher. It's a $200 penalty. And the 7 deuce game is on also. If you can win a hand with the 7 deuce, you'll get $40 from every player. It was worth fighting for. It's worth giving it a shot. Not to mention the straddles that are out there.
Mm-hmm. Kraken the only person with a real hand so far, and he does have that knit button in front of him, so he will be looking to get rid of it. But not if Praying Ray has something to say about it. And he does have something to say about it. No.
No?
I'm trying to think. If I'm cracking here, I think I'm putting it in for 1.3K. I don't know. It's a little tough because Ray is usually a little bit more on the collie side rather than the 3-betty side of things.
Drew's got, Drew
course.
called. He's got money in there.
Of course, Drew's looking to to do some fun stuff, and
His hand is just too bad, but he gets in there anyway.
Drew truly with a bottom 10% of poker hands right here, but getting in there anyways. And Ray.
God, tough night for Kraken is all I have to say.
Yeah. Ray coming in with almost the snap check as he flops a good board for both his range and his hand. Kind of odd, but fair enough. Kraken going to look at this board, I think, and make a wise check because you have some showdown value and there's an ace and a king there. So unless you're just going to put the other person on exactly 10s, jacks, and queens and try to bluff them off, not exactly a great spot to do it. And Ray might have induced Drew to be doing something that Drew shouldn't be doing here. I've praised Drew's play tonight quite often. I might take back some of the praise on this exact hand.
Oh, man.
As Drew decides that he doesn't need $250 in his life. And Ray says, thank you for the $250. If you'd like to make another donation to the Lord of the Rings shirt
Actually,
Foundation.
I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's okay. I mean, I can see where he's coming from. It's got checked to him.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to
Ray's
call
still-
pre-flop with 8-3 suited
Yeah.
and then it checks to you, I understand it. However, wait, what is... Oh, okay. What?
Yep. Kraken's
Oh, no.
make a play over a play.
Oh. And Ray, I imagine, isn't going to be thrilled about this, but he's going to, very quickly throw in that chip. And Drew with the sly look. Yeah, this ain't the spot. This ain't the spot with nines, my man. Yeah. GG's, or I don't know if he's taken off, but yeah.
I don't know.
That was not the spot, brother.
It has happened.
Okay, looks like Kraken isn't taking off. He's rebuying. He was just tapping the table to Ray for a nice hand. Kraken looking to make a play there, thinking that Ray is like, obviously, Kraken probably thinks that Drew is full of it, which Drew was. And he's looking over at Ray thinking that, okay, Ray checked the flop, and then he just called Drew's bet. So maybe Ray is on the weaker side. He doesn't really, maybe he's got like king, jack, queen, king, queen, something like pocket queens. And he thinks making the move is the right spot. I understand where Kraken is coming from, but you can do it with almost any other hand is the thing.
Yeah.
You can do it even with like 7-8 because at least then you have more outs. You can hit a 7 or an 8 rather than just heading 2 9s if you're behind.
Right. And Ray really thought very highly of his ace jack, by the way, because that's a pretty strong move to make a check raise in that position.
Yeah, well, Ray just called.
But he checked the flop.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, he checked and then Kraken check, Drew bet, and then Ray just goes for the call.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're right. Well, still.
No.
He's still maybe. Yeah, I don't think he thought he was behind at any point. Do you?
Yeah, I think he was just trapping. I think he thought
Yeah.
Drew was full of it in particular, which proper read to him. And great hand to Ray. I didn't give him enough props, but he really lured in 2 guys and won. He won about $1,500 more than you can reasonably expect to win, given what he was up against.
So we're getting word from. Okay. Chad our director is letting us know that the Kraken and Drew both. That explains the 8-3 on the button from Drew.
I see.
They both lost the knit game, so they both funded $150 Was it 150?
Yeah, maybe that was the 150 or the last of the 150s. Trey putting in some amount of money. Oh, just all in, just all of it.
He's got the ladies.
Trey and Chaz, I'm sure, have definitely some history here, but it's pretty tough to call off $3,000 with ace-7 suited.
But isn't this almost exactly what happened between the two of them last time? Chaz had the queens, and Trey had ace rag.
Yeah.
Look,
well,
look,
okay.
he flips
And Chaz just calls it off.
$3,500.
Wow.
Chaz calls 3,500 with ace-7 suited.
Yeah. Fair enough.
No, not fair enough. This is crazy.
Well, look, Rudy, you are allowed to do this in poker. It is a legal play.
Sure. It's legal.
Technically legal.
It's within the rules. Let's listen in.
No.
So here's the head right now. And that's let's do 25 on who wins it.
No.
Okay. No, that's right.
Ace.
Right.
In a pair.
There's a 7.
You know what I say? I have them.
Oh, 7 on the river. Oh my God.
Wow. That's why I didn't bet.
That's why you call $3,500 with the ace-7.
Well, you know, we call him Unlucky Trey for a reason, and that's why. Little 8K pot,
man.
Shipped back over to Chaz. Nice hand, Chaz. Congratulations. That's a nice little pickup. Trey feeling somewhat sick to his stomach. Yeah,
Trey,
we got a bunch of oohs and OMGs in the chat.
Yeah, Trey is just unloading the clip right now. Look, there's 2,000, 4,000.
Yeah.
It's 47-15 by then.
So the first time I've commentated on this game for anyone wondering what we were referring to earlier.
Oh my!
It was a 20K pot, and Trey was the one with ace-9 offsuit, and Chaz was the one with pocket queens, and Trey won the 20K pot. So the fact that Chaz won this pot is not as bad as it seems, because Trey is actually the one who won the 20K pot, and this is only an 8K pot. And so, luck in poker, sometimes it comes around.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chaz.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's like it's a long game, right? Like Trey is still up, between their battles that they've had here on the stream. I guess you're saying that I'm saying the same thing you just said.
Right.
I guess what I'm saying is the economy,
when you said
the
it earlier, I was
economy
like,
that is
it's up to 175.
the microeconomy.
I just was like, oh, okay, yeah.
Man, I'm speechless. I really just can't believe he called 3,500 with the ace-7.
You love to see it. This is why I just love to see Big Daddy Chaz playing poker. I mean, the man comes to game, and he's gonna call off in tough spots. He's gonna put you in tough spots, and he's got a huge stack coming in right now. You can see Trey. Look at Trey's face. You can just see the disgust, the anguish. He's looking up maybe to the heavens, wondering why this has happened to him. But I mean, look, you keep on putting it in with pocket queens, and they go your way sometimes. And
I just wonder, like, if he had played it differently, if it was kind of more normalized betting, 7 on the flop, what happens? Does Chaz follow through? Maybe he gets bet off on the turn. I don't know.
I don't think so. I mean, I kind of think that Trey would, because he would have had an overpair there the whole way, and Chaz would have river tripped. So I think Trey was getting stacked there, even kind of in normal betting mode. I guess who knows? That's not quite the life we're in.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
And
We're
I
gonna have
should
to
say,
do a wellness check on Trey in a bit.
yeah, and I should say I've sort of been talking about how I don't like some of these Trey jams pre-flop that he's putting in too much money with not enough out there. But we do see some of these Trey jams paying off right there. Like I don't think that Chaz calls $3,500 against most other players at the table or anyone else at the table. I think he calls it off against Trey because he sees that Trey likes jamming pre-flop there with a lot of variety of hands. Maybe Trey could have king queen offsuit. I don't know. Trey could have a lot of things. I've seen Trey show up there with, I mean, he showed up there with ace nine offsuit in a different spot. So you never know what Trey's going to have. And
that's right.
5, 3, 7.
A-Rod with some real hands. We're picking up some honeys here in the last couple of hands. A-Rod hoping his fate is better than Trey's. Elijah, who ain't scared of nothing, in there with ace four suited.
What's it? Yeah, you want drinks? Yes, please. Okay.
Yeah, Camilla, we're doing it tonight, at least where if it gets down to two people in the knit game, if it goes another orbit and those two people still have their knit button, then they both have to pay for the for losing the knit game. So it's like a double splash pot. They don't split the fee; they both pay.
Right, but that hand already the next hand already played out. Also, you missed that. So there was $300 in dead money.
I see.
In the next hand.
Well, the queens won't have to worry about losing on this one. That's for sure. Nice check by A-Rod, giving Elijah a little bit of rope here to do something with. And we have seen Elijah get very bluffy. And he is going to take a little bit of the bait here. Loading up for a big one, it looks like, too. Over betting.
Hold on, Elijah. Save a little bit for Saturday.
What did Elijah just put in? 550? Oh, 650. Jeez. That's 2x pot. And sees the bad news. Elijah's like, can I call off $300 with ace high here?
It's all in for 922. He's thinking, well, maybe he has a king. I can hit an ace.
Yeah, you are legally allowed to call. This is always allowed. Should you call?
But what is he? But what's A-Rod jamming with though? I mean, king queen minimum.
Yeah, and A-Rod put that money in so fast.
Not minimum. King 9 maybe.
Yeah. I mean, as we can see, Elijah has 0% equity, so it would be
even if A-Rod only has ace king.
Yeah,
bueno.
It's still he would still be drawing dead. Elijah would be. Let this one go, Elijah. I'm rooting for you. Let it go.
He's just posturing for.
I think he's seriously call. Yeah.
My mistake. Bad read on my part.
Yeah, he's like, okay, yeah. There's $250.
Oh, you have 3 queens. Oh,
okay. Next hand. Oh, 4 of them.
Oh, make it quads.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
I had a 4.
How about ace high? What you got to this? I got 2 pair, queens and queens.
King 9 of spades.
You know, see, that's why you should only run it once. Could you imagine?
A-Rod quietly winning a nice one there.
On the second one?
Yeah.
And getting close to even again, I think.
$2,200 pot.
Yeah.
So this is Matt. This is the last round of the net game. That means that the penalty is now $200.
$200. And if we see another sudden death, that'd mean a $400 splash pot. So, but even just 200 is juicy.
Yeah, I was thinking about running it twice.
So that's so that was why Drew was also in there with the 8-3 suited, right? Because there was
Yes.
pot.
Yes.
Gotcha.
That was the that was the hand.
Okay.
That was the last chance or heads
Yeah.
up. He saw that Kraken was in, so he had to defend.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Kraken didn't just jam pre-flop then if there was the extra money in the pot as well, and he only had like 1,200 behind with pocket nines. But
well, that dynamic is, that strategy is important. You have to really kind of be aware of that, like all the time. And maybe they don't play that. He's not
right
experienced in that aspect of it very much.
Oh yeah.
Then straddles on for 4, just straddles on for 8, straddles on for 4. Oh, my whole cat. Yeah, we like to play straddles. Nice knowing you. Yeah. Okay. 60.
And we see the updated win-loss. Trey only down 1,000, which doesn't sound that bad after he loses an $8,000 hand, but he was up about 4K, so that hurts. That hurts a little bit.
Yeah, it's a long way to fall.
Yeah. I can tell you some of the worst nights as a professional poker player are when you're up 4,000 and then you go home down 1,000. It's almost even worse. That feels worse than just being down like 3K in a day. At least to me, it does. I don't know about Trey, but
all right. Ray has 7 deuce. He folded 7 deuce. Did Ray?
For shame. For shame, Ray.
As it turns out, well, maybe Elijah doesn't make this move if Ray raises.
Yeah. I'm still gonna ring the bell of shame for Ray. Doesn't matter.
Ring the bell of shame.
If you go around folding the 7 deuce game, I've got to ring it. Shame, shame, shame. Whoa.
Trey pounding the steering wheel before he gets in the car.
Does Elijah actually have $850 here, or is this like $350 that he has?
I saw him walk out of the room, so he may have gone to the cage to get more chips.
This is an ambitious call by Trey. I guess not. Okay.
But he is
I guess
Trey.
when you know,
This is
you
what
know.
he does.
Hey, Elijah made a 7.
Oh, okay. They're running it twice,
Yeah.
so Trey used up a lot of his his outs.
Yeah. And he's dead.
Yeah.
Hey, Trey made a 6.
Chop it up. They're gonna go halvesies on it.
Huh. Did Trey really just call $800 with King 6 offsuit?
Yeah.
This would be very unusual. I mean, Trey likes to jam for that amount, but to call it off is a different story.
Well, he's got an astute eye. I mean, he's really kind of been watching Elijah's moves too.
Yeah, because the first board.
I guess. I mean, I'm kind of chalking it up to that.
Then
$2 here.
The Rocket Science says that's a tilt call, no question.
It definitely might be. Although, yeah. Really, anytime you're calling it off with King 6 offsuit is always maybe not the best. Although Elijah was quite weak there, so Trey wasn't that far off in equity. A-Rod picking up more good hands, and his little shuffle of luck is going to work out as he looks down at 2 kings here.
The shuffle of luck. Rocket Science, are you Rocket Roger? Red Rocket? You Roger? Who are you?
Who are you?
Who is Rocket Science? What is your other name you go by?
A-Rod makes it 310, I think, here with 2 kings.
Jeez.
Yeah, we are playing an $80 straddle here. Trey is in the 80. 310 is still a fairly large raise size pre-flop.
That's too beefy.
A little beefy. This is also why I like keeping note of people's pre-flop raise sizes. Trey does have a real hand here, and you do expect him to get in there.
Trey's got 2 cards, so he calls.
Yeah, and
oh my goodness, you got to be kidding me!
I mean, this is close though with
the madness.
King of Diamonds from A-Rod. I mean, A-Rod's still feeling great about this hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's 700 in the pot. He's gonna bet. He's gonna downsize his bet. Makes it 210 to go. Unless those are not purples, right? They're blacks.
It's a fine sizing. It'll be interesting to see what Trey does.
Well, he's just gonna call. Oh, he's not. Makes it 525. A little more than a min click.
Yeah, and A-Rod's going to think and then probably put the rest of the money in, or he's A-Rod. Yeah, I mean, he's going to call here, but you just can't see A-Rod ever doing anything but putting the money in this hand. Oh, yeah, okay. Sure.
God damn.
I mean, that gives him almost half the deck. You can see A-Rod, even against the flush, still has 40% equity. And
what a turn card.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. Yeah. I mean, this is a huge hand here, Rudy. We're playing.
It is. This is action.
This pot is going to be
$3,000.
I don't think those graphics are right. I think this is closer. Those graphics aren't quite updated yet. I think this is closer to a 4 or 5K pot, actually.
Well, A-Rod only had like 1 point.
No, yeah, this is about a 4K pot, I believe. I think A-Rod started with about 2K or a little over 2K.
Wow.
Okay.
Tons of outs here. Are we running it twice or once? Oh, that's one for.
Look at, he almost spit his beer out. Ace of Diamonds gives. Oh, they ran once.
Yep, I guess so. Wow. And a $4,500 pot going to A-Rod.
Emergency diamond on the river. That's just a huge. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Wow. And 2 rough beats here for Trey in what has been the last 30 minutes or so. Yeah, I mean that's a rough beat there. You second nuts to the nuts on the river. Yeah.
And in the span of like 20 minutes, Trey is now down 3,000, where he was up over 3,000.
Yeah, he was up about 4K, almost exactly 4K. So a $7,000 swing in almost no time. And A-Rod, who was also the biggest loser at one point, or just maybe 20 minutes ago, is now up 2K.
Preston, don't worry. I got my eye on Trey. I've invited him.
Oh,
God. Man, what a flurry of activity that just happened.
Yeah. And Trey's thinking over some of the hands, but there's really nothing he could have done in either hand. I mean, you have the third nuts in one hand, and you got pocket queens all in another hand. You just take those spots every day, and sometimes you lose, and sometimes you win. And Trey's been on the very much the losing side of it for the last orbit. A-Rod continuing the heater. Chaz choosing not quite the right spot here on the flop. Let's see what a turn brings, though.
Chaz choosing violence. Raises. 6 pairs of the
That's
board.
a tough card to bluff on. It's a really tough card to bluff on because when you raise the flop, you're kind of saying you have something like queen 6, 6-3, or a set. And so when the 6 pairs the board, first of all, your queen 3 loses value. But secondly, it's just much more difficult to have a set or 2 pair because now there's just not much there. Chaz is going to try to buy it aggressively, and this might be a good spot. A-Rod is finally back up to even, and maybe Chaz is saying, A-Rod isn't going to want to lose all these chips. He's just so newly gained.
Mm-hmm.
But
we're going to find out a
yeah.
little bit about.
Chaz is probably going to need a heart here on this river to make this bluff believable. Not that one. If the second 6 was hard to bluff on, the third 6 is really hard to bluff on. And A-Rod will snap call any bet size. Smart check. Watch out. A-Rod is going to quietly be one of the biggest winners here in a second.
Did he go all in?
Yeah.
He did. He went all in. Okay, so hold on a second, Matt. Help me understand. What's the purpose of the all-in bet there?
Yeah, I don't. It's weird because you know that it's a weird spot because Chaz basically has nothing there ever. Like Chaz would never check a 6 on the river; he would just jam himself, right? So Chaz just has like the bricked out draw, whatever it is. So I don't know. I just don't think there's any world where A-Rod is.
What if Chaz had like pocket 8s?
I guess he could.
So yeah, but he just completely prices him out.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you probably certainly a more reasonable bet is probably something like 1,000 or 1,200, but
or bet tiny,
sure,
to induce. Make it something that he just can't resist if he has pocket 4s or pocket 8s or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm not necessarily being critical. I'm just trying to understand what the idea is behind a $3,000 bet on that. When he has, third nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I would certainly bet smaller. I'm guessing I don't know. Sometimes players just look down, they see they have effectively the nuts and spam as much money into the pot as they can, which is sometimes a good strategy, and in that spot, probably a little ambitious. Drew with, I think, his best hand of the night so far. He had pocket jacks way early on, but... Oh, no, sorry, he had aces. I lied. Not his best hand of the night.
Yeah, the aces
I forgot about the aces hand.
175 from 22.
Poker Traveler, my boy. Your boy Kraken is not doing so good tonight. He's having a really rough night. Although he is is it only a second bullet or third bullet?
I
don't know. He's been getting beat up a lot.
Yeah, he's down a few thousand so far. Certainly able to change it up quickly, but
yeah.
Well, that is a beautiful flop for the Ace King clubs.
Last time we played?
Yeah.
What'd you have?
I had
Drew goes big. For what it's worth, I don't really like the sizing from Drew. I would like something more like 125. It accomplishes basically all the same things that 225 accomplishes, but just plays a little bit better in the long run.
The river just made it.
Yeah, I'm being a little picky there, though. The 225 is just fine as well.
That was not the river to continue my story.
Nice hand, Drew.
Drew basically even on the night. We got Sugar-Free also down 200, but that's close enough to even. Elijah down 350. We got Kraken, who's only down 1.2K. I thought he was down a little bit more than that, but down 1.2K was sitting on an $800 stack. And Trey, the biggest loser right now, that can definitely change. He got a 3.33K stack and down 3K as well.
Correct. Trey is down 3K. I think Jacob was down what, 2.5K, or did it end up being 3K?
I think he ended up being down 3K or even a little bit over. Maybe it was like 3.3K in the end. Estevan also had a tough night. I think down 2K maybe.
Yeah. Tough night for the Epicurious Jacob.
Although I will note, we just saw A-Rod 30 minutes ago. Literally 30 minutes ago, he was down 2,000. He was the biggest loser at the table right now. And now he's up about 4,000. So, you know, we're playing big pot poker here. And these numbers can change so quickly.
Reminder to everybody who's watching, looking on, the knit game is on, and this hour, the knit game is worth $200. $200 penalty if you're the knit.
Yeah, and the 7 deuce game's still going, which I think is now up to a $40 penalty for everyone else. A-Rod really can't miss the deck right now, even when he has 4-3 offsuit. Still, nice flop.
Elijah betting with 2 overs.
Pretty good hand to raise, check raise here with the 4-3. Just having an open in it straight draw is pretty awesome. Yep, nice play.
Nice. Good job, A-Rod. A-Rod's stack is now up north of 6K.
Yeah, that's a heck of a stack.
6K, rather.
And he's at a pretty good position on the table on the left of both Trey and Big Daddy Jazz, which is where you want to be. You want to be the big stack to the very left of the other big stacks. Everyone else to his left playing kind of short stack poker with that's not true. Praying Gray has actually built up a bit of a stack here. I forgot that he won a few of those big all-in pots earlier. Praying Ray kind of looks like Andy Reid. He kind of has a bit of that Andy Reid stash kind of hairstyle going on. I dig it. Elijah picking up, I think, one of his best hands so far since he's been playing.
Good eye. Make America great again. A-Rod Shakes. Yeah. His nickname is Shakes.
Richie Rich has been kind of quiet, and he's unfortunately choosing not quite the right spot for him here. We're going to see Elijah put the money in 5. 4, 3. I was off by 3 seconds, but pretty close.
Slow. Yeah. Or he was a little fast, maybe.
Yeah, one of the two. And we got an all in, and unless A-Rod is really going to test his heater abilities here, I think we're going to see fold.
Yeah, get out of the way. You're doing well.
Yeah. Yeah, don't test your heater by calling all ins with queen 10 offsuit. That is how they turn to coolers very quickly.
Elijah's going to take that one down and get rid of his knit coin at the same time. So we've got a few players left with the knit coin. That's some work to do.
Rocket Science asking if this poker boom that we're having right now is bigger than the previous one. I still think that we have to get online poker legalized in America before we really have a big poker boom back here in the States. But Texas poker, it's as alive as poker has really ever been. The action, I mean, we're on a stream game, and stream games are always like a little bit more action heavy than kind of non-stream games. But I've played all over Texas. The action is great. Obviously, you see the action tonight is just insane. And Texas poker boom is just as good as poker has ever been anywhere.
Yeah, regionally, I think this is pretty, very, very healthy, very, very big boom, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But nationally or even globally, I don't think it's as big as it was back in the day when ESPN was covering the game.
Yeah.
And yeah, we do offer Big O in our card room.
That's a fun game. We have been seeing, I think the main events are still getting some of their biggest player pools ever, which is kind of interesting. Live tourneys are still doing really, really well. Yeah, hopefully with fantasy sports all getting, sports betting getting legalized, maybe we can finally get online poker legalized at some point. And I think that would really change the dynamic of poker in the States. I got a feeling that Elijah's not going to be folding when he makes a pair here. But both of the other players have the nice little gut shot. Let's see if my read is right.
He told me you, young man, and you kind of going to play husband. What happened?
He doesn't want to go.
Elijah looks like he didn't really like it. He does have the best one.
I'm not a huge fan of traveling.
Yeah, I can.
Especially coming going to Vegas like the month after that.
Oh,
That's enough.
Yeah, we gone for like 2 or 3
Well, likes as
days.
much as you can.
Really good at LA for 4 or 5 days.
Elijah's got the underboat.
I love it on Hustler. It's a lot of fun.
That's not a 3 of diamonds on the board.
Yeah, and it's pretty tough for Richie Rich or A-Rod to bluff with this one. It's kind of the double board pair really locks up the board where you can't get anyone to fold bad hands because they either just have a boat or they have like 5 high or something. So
It always just depends on the line.
Yeah. How much you 500? 500.
Like what I say Kings and Lodge did, they were killing like what the average is. Doing like the Hustler. But when
Elijah
Hustler
bets
gets 15,
500
they did
on
a
the
$1 million
river.
cash game.
I thought he bet at 100. 100 would have been an interesting thought for Richie Rich to call, but 500, I mean, pretty easy pitch to KT.
Yeah. He's great. Now, I think he's trying to here, but I think
It's kind of tough for neither player to have an ace or queen. So
on and down. He's in Turkey
pretty
right now.
easy fold there.
What's the half of the year?
A-Rod looking to get frisky? I don't understand.
It's like crazy.
I wonder if he forgot he had cards. He was looking to his left, looking at Elijah, but Elijah had already put in a significant part of his stack.
Good guy, Drew, passing out some waters.
Did not have a vote.
All right, you guys. 1, 2, 5, 10, please. 1, 2, 5, 10, 5, 8. Straddles if you
1, 2, 5, 10. The progressive ante is up to $10. Well, thank you guys for joining us for progressive night of the 1-2 game, or Thursday cash game.
A lot harder than double-on deal.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun. I think the progressive bumping up every hour for the Nick game, for the 7 deuce game, and for the straddle, I think is a good dynamic and brings just a little bit more action into the later stages of the game, which is always fun.
Drew does not have his net coin, but looking to play the king deuce suited anyway.
raise 1 1/4, Steve. 3, 4.
Chaz is going to 3-bet him. Poor Drew barely stuck his neck out. And Chaz.
And
A-Rod's making the call.
Yeah, with A-Rod coming along, I think Drew might come along too, just because of A-Rod in there as well. I mean, he might have come along anyways, but can we see some spades, some nines? Just A-Rod continuing his ability to not miss the deck.
Yeah, the sun run continues.
Yeah.
C-bet from Chaz.
I think another good spot to check raise if you're A-Rod. I mean, calling is fine, of course. Yeah, there weren't really many good turn cards for Big Daddy Chaz outside of a jack or a 10 or 9, but king ball. And again, I've talked about this a few times tonight. Once you call on the flop with something like 9 high or 8 high, you should be bluffing by the river, and A-Rod is wisely gonna do that. And Chaz is gonna go for the quick fold. So A-Rod just stacking up them chips.
Good play.
Good play.
Good play by A-Rod.
And for me, this will be my last hand of the night as I'm about to take off. I gotta go hang out with family as I close down my night. But thank you very much, Rudy, for having me on, and for the whole Rounders Live having me on. Thank you so much to the chat for chatting. It's been a great night of chatting. A lot of people out there.
Yeah, well, thanks for hanging with me, Matt. I appreciate it, and let's look forward to doing it again sometime soon.
Yeah, always great talking to you. You guys have a great night. Peace.
Hey, Matt. Thanks to Matt for joining us. That was really good insight. You brought some good insight.
It's happening more lately. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, what's your Instagram?
RKsugarfree.
He out.
RKsugarfree.
Matt's gone.
Oh, one word. 3 rate 7.
Mine's something retarded. A-Rod, I'm 500.
Chaz makes it 75 to go. Makes sense. He's got the 7-5 offsuit. 7-5-0. Well, thanks, Rocket Science. I appreciate it. Yeah, I enjoy doing commentary with Matt. I like his insight. And he's got a really cool clip-on beard, too. It looks real.
Sorry, I didn't respond. My phone died.
Oh, no worries. It's cool.
7-4-6, 2 hearts.
Oh, but you said first on the list.
Top pair for Chaz. Top pair for Trey. Trey also has the ace of hearts in his hand. Gut shot, straight draw for Prey and Ray. and backdoor clubs.
620. Oh, okay.
So something for everybody.
1-2, and I caught it one hand and one like
Pray,
160.
Pray and Ray checks over to large father Chasley.
That worked out perfect.
Who bets 150.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no.
I would have thanked you no matter what.
Yeah, no.
Chaz and Trey are both in. Ray trying to figure out if he wants to,
150?
how he wants to proceed.
That's cool.
Makes the call.
Do it.
King of Hearts brings a flush draw in. Trey's got the Ace of Hearts again. That's a significant card. Trey makes it 350 to go. Chaz makes the call. He's calling with worse. They both make a flush. They both have a 7. Chaz is calling with a 7 and the straight draw and the flush draw. Trey makes the nuts on the river. Chaz has a heart. Trey with a heart. This should get interesting. There's 1,400 in the pot.
I also have
Trey goes all in. He's got
Not fun.
he's got 2.7K. It's like 2x pot.
Yeah, everybody's got something. I agree. And if you throw everyone's shitty thing in a pile in the middle of the room, we'd be scrambling to grab our back rather than have someone else's, you know?
I heard that before. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I heard it somewhere.
Yeah.
I heard that.
If somebody put a pile of everybody's problems,
Yeah.
pick yours.
Yep.
Show me who's not.
So Trey is jammed
I'd rather have
with
like
the
ugly
nuts.
feet, for sure.
Yeah.
Actions on
Webfeed.
Chaz.
Yeah,
He's got the
Webfeed,
nit
I'd snap
coin to
that
get rid
off,
of.
for sure.
And he's got a flush. But it's a 1-card flush. And it's a 5. About an hour ago when Chaz sat down, he took $3,000 off of Trey in a wild hand. When Trey jams with queens pre-flop, Chaz called with ace 7 offsuit pre-flop and makes trips on the river.
Live stream?
What?
Are you a live streamer?
Live streamer?
What are you? Content?
Yep. Chaz makes the laydown.
Couple times, but
Have your own
Good hand, Trey.
YouTube page,
Trey's
or
going to pick up a good one.
Have your own YouTube page.
And with that hand, Trey's going to move up just a bit, recover some of his loss. He's still down over $2,000 after being up $4,000.
Nice.
I said.
A lot of production value. A lot of production value.
hard work, man. 1, 2, 5, 10, please.
Chaz with a good laydown.
About doing that,
Stiegel, I see you there in the chat.
yeah.
Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. Yeah, I look forward to seeing you. Maybe tomorrow. I'll try to get out there in the afternoon.
Hello.
Take a look and see the new you.
No,
And they'll give you a piggyback ride to the bar.
Have y'all tried this spiral candy yet?
Hello there. Yeah. Everyone's staring at you right now.
What's up, people?
I know. Bubbles making an appearance, saying hello. Very social
Is that like a
young lady.
I think you can say bye. And how much is it?
Again, we're in this situation.
Where's it from?
From Walgreens,
Oh,
Yeah.
but it's like
$5.
Bankroll.
They're Australian. I didn't play it.
Nice.
howdy.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
You know.
Fair enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough. Did you see Hannah out there?
No, not yet.
You try one if you have one.
What time do you guys end to?
After the nickname's done.
Okay, cool. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, I think it's shortly.
Okay, that's a call for 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, fold. 1, fold.
Sounds good, Chris. I'll see you tomorrow or next week. See you around.
Excuse me? All in.
Trey's all in again. Jack 10 suited. Oof. Takes it down again.
No. 4 or 5 of you.
There's 5 nipples.
Rod kept winning all the hands.
We still have 5 people left in the knit game.
1, 2, 5, 10, please. 1, 2, 5, 10. 1, 2, 5, 10.
Card distribution not doing us any favors on this knit game, trying to get things wrapped up. Reminder about the progressive nature of the game tonight. We are in hour 4. That means it's a $200 penalty for the knit. So if you're the last person with a knit coin, you owe $200 to the pot. 7 deuce game is also progressive in nature. So since we are in hour 4, it's a $40 bonus that you'll gain if you can win a hand with 7 deuce.
I'll take it every time.
Drew's got the knit coin, I believe. I thought he did. I don't see it. He's got kings, more importantly.
Yeah, we'd rather beat about one. Basically, 6 people.
I didn't watch the action.
Trey went all in.
I didn't watch the action, but I'll take
One time.
Ace 7 for Trey. Kings for Drew. What a fantastic spot.
You want to put
Trey moving all in on Drew.
No.
Oh, gut shot for Trey. An 8 would give him a straight. Also, an ace would be good for him, too. But he hits neither of those, and Drew is going to double up through the kid. Kid was climbing out of the hole, making some moves. Gets knocked back down a bit. He's down over 3,000 now. Still have Richie Rich and Chaz with the knit coin. They need to get rid of theirs. And
102 days.
a couple of other players. I think there are a total of 5 players who still have the knit coin.
Entonces, si te hablo español, ¿entiendes?
Nomás.
It's 20 and 40.
Poquito.
40.
No, no, 20. Yo quiero practicar todos los días.
Tienes buen acento,
Soy de aquí, pero padres no me. No.
Thanks, Rocket Science. I agree. I'll second that notion. Rocket Science says everyone smash the like button. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Do it. Hit that like button. It'll have a favorable effect on the algorithm that affects our online presence. That allows us to grow our channel.
How long have you been?
That way we can continue to provide you with this great poker action.
Feels kind of like a nice flow for 100 days.
Trying.
Yeah.
Appreciate
I started studying Korean, but on and off. Yeah. Sure.
Kraken's on the button with ace queen offsuit. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for to get rid of his knit coin.
I want to learn it for my job. I've always wanted to learn. I studied Latin when I was in high school. I know grammar very well.
Good move. Getting rid of that knit coin is there's some monetary benefit to that, especially now when it's worth $200.
Inspire my daughter.
Okay, Kraken gets that one through and gets rid of his knit coin. Now we have 4 players remaining. Rob or Sugar-Free, RKsugarfree with a knit coin. Ray has a knit coin. Richie has a knit coin. And Chaz has a knit coin.
You gotta get your mind to flip.
Let me know in the chat who you think is going to lose the knit game. Who will be left with a knit coin?
My girlfriend. No, my girlfriend.
It's Sugar-Free, Ray, Chaz, and Richie Rich.
Because it's
1-2.
I did it down.
You can't be touching your big.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so.
It's a well, you got to do it subconsciously. It's weird.
Yeah. And you know what I realized I have to do? I have to not be afraid to sound stupid. I feel like that's like a big hurdle.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I'm getting. Yeah, I don't care what
Here we go.
people think.
King Jack.
Exactly. You have to.
Chance for Ray.
Korean heart. It's backwards. I feel like the way they arrange those sentences.
And 5, 6 raised.
Just want to make sure I don't struggle.
7, 8. Well played.
Yeah. You have to make it a 40 for
Sugar-Free and Ray going at it. Trying to get rid of the knit coin. This is what happens. The action gets heated. Well, it's not Kraken because Kraken already has the. Oh, I see what you're saying, Rocket Science. But for this game here with the knit coin, the guys who have the knit coin left are Richie Rich, Chaz, Ray, and Sugar-Free.
No, I'm already.
3 of them. Well, 2 of them are in already. Richie Rich has a. What? He folded ace jack? What's happened? Sugar-Free gets rid of his. He gets that one through. Gets a bluff through, semi-bluff with the king 8. King Jack was a better hand in Ray's hand, but the best of those hands was actually Richie Rich with ace jack suited. That was a tight fold. Sugar-free had intended to leave at 11 o'clock, but he finally got rid of his Bitcoin, so he's out of there.
Oh, okay.
Quick dealer change. Albert's back in the box.
I'm glad. I gotta go.
Yeah, Broom, I agree. That's kind of his MO.
Never gonna forget that 10-5.
Also, while we have a break in the moment, I want to remind you guys we are going to have a stream on Saturday. Saturday afternoon, it's going to be a 1-2 pot limit Omaha game. For those of you who are familiar with the great game of Omaha, you'll want to tune in and follow along. I will be on the table trying my hand at the game. If you're not familiar with the game, well, tune in anyway, because this is a great opportunity for you to get a free look in and see what's going on. See what the buzz is all about. That's Saturday afternoon, 3 o'clock. Richie Rich opened a 40 with the 8-7 offsuit. He gets 3-bet by A-Rod. Wow, Richie Rich 4-bets at 340. A-Rod makes the call. Ace Jack versus 8-7.
When the last day in April is, the May 1st, the May 2nd.
Top pair for A-Rod. Gut shot straight draw for Richie Rich. This could get interesting. Correct, Broom.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Monday. Tuesday's a little bit bigger. Wednesday's smaller. I don't know the other plans.
Do they still do? We don't do maximum.
I think they do, yeah.
Oh, I heard they got yeah.
Richie Rich makes a bet. A-Rod makes the call. There's 900 in the pot. Oh, excuse me. A-Rod raised. Okay. That's good. That's a good. Well played. Good job, A-Rod.
Right there.
Him and DQ heads up for like 6 hours straight one time. That was fun.
Good lay down.
DQ. No, he hasn't like.
Oh, here.
I think he might be that good.
Yeah, Broom, I agree. I think that was an interesting fold on Richie Rich's part. The Ace Jack suited, I believe. Unless it was a misread on the cards. Elijah with a straddle to 20. Kraken wakes up with an ace. He's first to act. It's 20 to go, but he's going to raise it up to 90. Richie Rich, King Queen offsuit. Very durable hand, very playable, especially when you have the knit coin in front of you. Oh, he's going to jam with the King Queen.
You have under 1,000? Not a purple. I can see.
Chaz makes the call. He calls Richie for 1.2K.
Good luck, Richie.
Graphics are catching up.
Hey. Late night session. Oh, I'm sorry. I pulled. I was together already. My bad. Sorry.
Now Rayler here, stretch. We think you like a big decision. Like,
What's on
me, my bad?
1,097. I'm sorry. I was all interested on.
I thought you were thinking for a
No, I was thinking. I was like, here, let's $15 on who gets in. You know,
Oh,
I had already folded in my mind.
Money now?
No. We have to wait because
Oh, okay.
we can't say anything.
You're right. You're right.
Okay.
Elijah with a head scratcher makes the fold ace queen.
You have to beat right now.
Fold is a good one. King Jack versus King Queen.
That's the out.
Chaz with kind of a loose call. He's looking for clubs, club hunting or jack hunting. There's a king. No help to Chaz. Good for Richie.
That's the card. That's the card.
Nobody makes a straight. King Queen good. Richie's going to double up through Chasley. $2,300 pot.
All right, Chaz, mono y mono.
Yeah.
Plus 8 plus 6.
Heads up for the net game, guys. As a reminder, it's Chaz and Ray who are left. Once again, this is a progressive net game, so we are up to $200. This is hour 4. It's a $200 penalty for whoever loses in this knit. Whoever has the knit coin in front of them last. A $10 mandatory straddle. The straddle is also progressive in nature. Kraken. Shields up for Kraken. Queen 5 off. No good. Queen deuce off. Also no good. Drew out. Chaz 7-5. He'll play. Ray with the knit coin.
Master Ray.
Not happy, but he folds.
I can't. Not this. Oh, you got to show it, Chaz.
Oh, I was about to mug it.
Just
Chaz takes it down.
Wait. I'd like my hand back. I had that dominating too. That's all right.
7-5 for the win.
Doing all right.
So Ray is going to be charged $200 for that penalty, losing the knit coin.
1, 2, 5. 5 and 6.
Splashes the pot. This hand is going to be. This hand already has $200 without the blinds and antes.
You're going to be Niando. Gotta take a lead.
Oh man, double, triple, quadruple straddle coming out. Okay, guys, buckle up. This could get big. We've got straddles all around. Plus, not to mention, this is so crazy. Plus the $200 already in the middle. So we've got a 1, 2, 5, 10.
Really?
20, 50,
Always on you.
100, 200, I think. Trey's got a $200 straddle.
I think it's the first time it's gone all the way.
$583 in the pot. And we haven't even had a bet yet. Got a few folds. Cracking with the 8-4. Nothing he can do. Richie Rich is out. Drew. God, these hands are horrible. 9-4. Chaz, King 6 offsuit. Trey, Jack 10 suited. He jams.
Jack 10 down. That's a fair fight.
Chaz calls. Oh, I know the other way around. I think
Close to
Chaz moved all in. Trey made the call with Jack 10 suited. All right. We got a big one brewing. $5,600. This is the last hand of the night, ladies and gentlemen.
I only have one play there.
Yeah. It's not worth it.
Yeah. It was a tournament.
But he knows the green that win.
Yeah. So everyone is losing, right? The game's not going. Yeah.
King 6 offsuit for Chaz. Jack 10. Who you guys got?
I'm doing one time.
Got the Jack 10
One time.
or the King?
Trey on
One
stuff.
time for the whole thing, the whole enchilada. $5,600 in the pot.
Start for you.
Nice flop.
Queen, Queen 10.
Club.
Chaz pairs his hand. Clubs. Nope.
Need your jack or your ace.
3 on the river. Trey's gonna get that. Take that one down. $5,600 pot. Jack 10 versus King 6. That's going to be the end of the stream for us. Good luck to everybody who is playing tonight. And
26-49.
I want to remind you guys about the upcoming tournaments that we've got. Saturday, we've got a $10,000 guarantee. It's the Saturday swim. $130 buy-in, $100 add-on. That starts at 3 p.m. Sunday, we also have a $10,000 guarantee tournament. It's a mystery bounty.
Somehow I lost $2,000.
This one's a free roll. This one starts at 2 o'clock. And it's a free roll. So please put that on your calendar. Come on out. Join us. Also, Saturday at 3 o'clock, we are going to be having a PLO live stream right here on this channel. Come back and join us. Come watch us play. Hang out with us. We enjoyed it. Really fun stream tonight, guys. I had a good time. Appreciate Matt joining us, hanging out with us. I appreciate you guys joining us and hanging out all night. And I want to also thank Ghost, Rounders Tonight stream, for being there for us. And check Poker Atlas for more information about the games that are running. Go to rounderscardclub.com for more information on the card room, all the events that we've got going on. And that's going to do it. So for everybody from Rounders, I bid you a good night. See you next time. See you Saturday.
Yeah.